So we'll start again. We're going to introduce Kyle Bache, alternate, Peter Broderick, member, Robin Carter, the administrative assistant. I'm Peter Coffin, chair, Megan Kelly, vice chair, Rick Russman, member, and Shaw Tilton, member. Let's see. First thing on the agenda is approval of the July 13th minutes. And do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the minutes as written.
Okay. A second? Second. Any discussion? Any items that need to be changed or modified? Okay. All those in favor of accepting the minutes as written? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. That's unanimous. And the second thing on their item is not what we normally do first, but it needs to be heard outside of a hearing, and that's correspondence. The first part of some correspondence we received, I believe yesterday, from attorney Chris Swiarski. Is that pronouncing it right? Yes. Okay. Swiarski. And here, I found mine. It involves, let's read this. The request to that board member Peter Broderick recuse himself, and it lists the reasons, and it involves a conversation. I'll just capsulize this conversation that Chris overheard the other day down in the planning office when he was reviewing some files, and overheard a comment that he says that Peter Broderick said, as far as I'm concerned, it's approved. This is about the Summit application. The only question is if they apply conditions. So I will, at this point, ask Peter Broderick if you intend to recuse yourself, and if not, why, and if so. No, this is not something we vote. It's a request. You can ask the board, or the board, any board member can ask for a vote of it. It would be advisory only. It's the vote is advisory only. But you have the opportunity to recuse yourself or state what happened, and whether you believe you can. You had a conversation with where there were three people in the office. So Robin was working, and Lynn Merrill, the planning board chairman, was there, and you were discussing. He says, among other things, the word summit came up. And I'll read this part. During my review of the materials, I recall and took note of three people in the same room. One chairperson of the planning board, another land use administrator, and the third was Peter Broderick. Three discussed several things, one of which was the application. Upon hearing the word summit in that, the summit application. Which one? Yeah, you need to push the button to go green on your mic. Oh. Okay, the discussion was this current summit application.
And I said, as far as this particular the 1097?
He's quoting you as saying, as far as I'm concerned, it's approved. The only question is if they apply conditions.
Which application, the 1097 or the 201E14?
There's only one application current.
Well, but we discussed two.
I don't know what you discussed.
Oh, there was all kinds of discussion about aquifer and runoff and questions about.
But if the quote is, the only question is if they apply conditions, well, the conditions that were applied on the aquifer protection zone.
But that's not what I was talking about. I wasn't talking about 109. I was talking about 201.
Which is?
The one with that the ZBA has already granted the application. It was your motion.
Okay, but you said if they apply conditions.
No, I didn't mention anything about conditions. Okay. Okay, just so that people understand.
Okay, so go ahead and explain this.
There were two applications, one for aquifer protection,
Right, and that was in October of '21.
and on October 21, the Zoning Board of Adjustment unanimously approved that, granted it.
Right,
Right, okay, so we know it granted. It then went to court,
Right, yes.
and the court affirmed that the ZBA made the right decision.
Well, they affirmed that the decision was not
All right.
reversible.
Okay, so that is now behind us. As far as I'm concerned, and I was going to bring it up tonight in my discussion, that is behind us, all right? I believe it says here, as far as I'm concerned, it's approved. It was approved. Correct? It was your motion, it was approved.
The Aquifer Protection Zone, as we discussed the very first night we
But
met
what was
here-
I talking about? See, somebody got the last sentence of a paragraph and now knows what the chapter was about. Let's reverse it. According to this, said, the only question is if they apply conditions. Is that why we're here tonight?
No.
We're not here
We're
tonight?
not, no, and that's what the confusion here is. We are not applying conditions to the Aquifer Protection
No.
ordinance.
We're applying conditions on 1097.
We are determining whether to grant 109.
I agree.
A special exception.
Okay, now, can I just see your minutes again? I just lost my...
And if it's granted,
Okay, well,
what
let's take a
conditions?
look at the
would-
motion that was...
The
that
motion
was
you
bringing
made.
us here tonight, okay? All right? My motion to continue Summit Distributing LLC public hearing to August 10th, 2023 at 7 p.m. at the Kingston Town Hall to discuss and determine what conditions, if any, must be met by Summit Distributing LLC in order to comply with Article 1097A. Okay, so that's why we're here tonight. Am I correct?
We're here to determine whether to grant a special exception to have a gas station.
No, we're here to discuss, we better be here because this is what the people were noticed on.
No, here's the notice. Continued Summit Distributing, Quick Stop Properties.
I understand
The applicant
what
is
that
requesting a
says.
special exception, 1097, to allow retail motor fuel outlet.
Yes, but
Okay.
what was my motion that we voted on that we would have the meeting here tonight about? That's what we're here to do, and that's what the people were noticed, and you yourself said there will be no public notice because this would be the notice. So anybody who read the minutes is here, I assume,
No,
because we are going to be covering this, which is why we're here tonight. That was my motion, that was approved by everyone.
Okay.
This is the only reason we're here tonight.
The posted reason is to discuss.
There was no new posting, am I correct?
This is a posted. Yes, this is posted.
But isn't this what
The
we're
agenda-
discussing tonight?
The agenda is posted. The agenda is
Yes.
the special exception.
But-
If you believe that has already been decided, then you need. to-
No, I haven't decided that. We haven't heard that yet. How can I decide that?
Okay. So you're
I'm
saying is that the comment that was heard was you said that it's already approved, you're talking about the Aquifer Protection Zone.
No. The
It
letter
wasn't?
even says that I said the only question is if they apply conditions. And this is what I'm going on, the motion that we're here tonight to see. I'll read the motion again if you'd like. I'll just go
No,
to the end.
you read the motion.
Right?
It's, the motion was confusing, and it should have said, the motion should have said to continue the hearing of Summit
Well,
application.
there were 7 members here that could have amended the motion and they didn't.
Okay.
All right, so here I am under the impression that we are going to be talking about, because I'm going by the minutes, what conditions are going to be set. And the second letter, after a period, so there's 2 separate subjects here, the only question is if they apply the conditions. Now, the first thing I said was, and I'm going to say it tonight, as far as I'm concerned, it is approved. It is approved. On October 14th, 2021, your motion approved the granting of the application, but that was on the aquifer protection. That's what I was talking about. I was talking about the aquifer protection. As far as I'm concerned, it's been approved. And it has been approved and affirmed
Okay.
by the court.
Okay, so you're
Now,
saying.
the second subject is And I even said, the only question is if they apply conditions, which is why I thought we were here tonight based on this motion.
Okay.
So there's two separate subjects here, you're trying to put them both together. One, is there anybody who disagrees that the aquifer protection has not been granted? It was your motion of 5 votes.
Yeah, we understand that.
Okay, so that's off the table, that's done. Okay, so now, the only question is if they apply conditions. Isn't that why we're here?
But not applying conditions to the aquifer protection ordinance decision, so that's, go ahead.
Well, my understanding of the word conditions was different than how you're describing it, so it may be poorly explained, and per my understanding is we're deciding first whether or not the special exception for permitted building in a commercial 2 zone is going to happen.
Based on the criteria.
Right, we're determining the criteria, but then conditions are separate. Let's hypothetically, if we approve the special exceptions, then we could place.
But that is not what the motion said. The motion said, we're here in order to comply, okay, we're here, right, to discuss and determine what conditions, if any. That's what the motion is. And the motion was approved that that's why we're going to come here tonight, to discuss this. If any.
If any.
Right.
If, for example, you obviously wouldn't apply conditions if you denied the application. So, are you saying that you are open-minded and have not made a decision on this?
I even said it. The only question is the conditions. That's what we're here to discuss tonight, based on these minutes. So there's two issues, and we're combining the two.
And you're assuring us that...
Well, I even said it. Right? Again, Mr. Chairman, all right, as far as I'm concerned, it is approved, period. That's the aquifer protection that I was talking about. Now, the only question now, because that's done, because there are two applications, am I correct?
There's only one application before us now.
Right. But one, well, not now, because one's already been decided.
Yes.
Okay, so
there's only one application at a time.
Right.
And this is the application that's before us now.
Because the aquifer has already been decided. So am I correct that, as far as I'm concerned, it's been approved? Has the aquifer protection been approved?
Okay. So your answer is that you were just talking about the aquifer protection?
Well, I'm asking a question. Is there anybody who doesn't think that the aquifer protection application has been approved?
That has been approved.
I didn't ask if that's, okay, you say yes. Anyone else?
Okay.
Has the application been approved?
So we want you to say that we're talking about the...
I'm defending myself because I've been told that I've done something wrong, and that's not right. I did not do anything wrong. Okay. I was talking about the aquifer protection.
Well, apart from anything else, it's ex parte communication, and you were talking, so...
but I'm the subject of it, so I guess I can talk
I'm sorry.
about it.
The conversation you had about the summit application was not being held during the hearing.
That's correct.
And so that's called an ex parte communication.
Okay.
And that is a no-no. And that's not allowed. And you were on Board of Selectmen, you were a Board of Selectmen for long enough to know that ex parte...
It is not before the board. It's already been decided by the board. So it is not before the board. The only thing that's before the board is whether or not we have conditions. The other one has already been decided and not before us. So I guess I can talk about it.
All right, we're going around in circles on this.
Well, does everybody understand where I'm coming from?
You're saying that you were, it's already been decided, you're talking about the aquifer protection.
Of course I was.
And the applying conditions, you were talking about the current application.
And it even says that here, right? I mean, I'm assuming this was because it's got quotation marks, right? So as far as I'm concerned, it's approved, the applicant, and then period. So the only question is if to apply the conditions, which I'm basing on the minutes, and that's a true statement also. So where have I done anything that I should recuse myself?
Okay. As long as you're stating that, does anybody want to take an advisory vote? is there any member of the board who wants to propose that we take advisory vote? Any member of the board requests it, we would take a vote. It's non-binding. So if you feel that we should take a vote, a non-binding vote, speak up. If not, we will assume that you're not recusing yourself and that you have an open mind and you have not decided whether or not this application, this before us now, is been
I
decided.
said it right there. The only issue before us is,
No, the only issue before us is to whether or not it's going to be granted, and if it's granted, what any conditions.
well,
would be, if any.
again, I have a motion that was in the minutes.
Okay, all right. We're going around in circles on this.
Well, no, because now we've got, and I guess this is a decision for you, because we now have a point of order, because it's my interpretation that when the people read the minutes, they would logically assume.
This is the posted agenda. This is what is legally we're doing. So
But that has been the same posting for how many months now?
it's regardless. This was August 10th. This is posted
Okay.
for
So the
this
motion
meeting.
that we made is now, who?
No, we are. But it's one of the things we're going to discuss. But we continued a hearing. So what we continued was what's printed here.
Okay, all right,
All right.
right.
Okay. So you're so the answer is you're not recusing yourself. You were not talking
Now,
about.
should we talk about other members recusing themselves now?
No, we were just
Why
talking.
not?
Because no one has been accused, has been overheard.
That's what I'm about to bring up.
Okay, so you're not recusing yourself. That's fine.
Fine. Now,
It's
can
your
I-
decision to make, and we are going to move on to the
So you're
open the hearing.
not allowing me to speak on it? That's okay.
You've
You're the
spoken.
chairman, you make the
You've gone around in
decision.
circles. You've said you're not going to recuse yourself. That's
Right.
the answer to
So
the
now
question.
what about if there's other members?
If you have specific firsthand knowledge
I got minutes,
of a member,
a sitting member, from February 10th, 2022.
you have
Hey,
an exculpatory.
I didn't bring this up. But if you're gonna point fingers, remember,
No, we're
3
asking
more
you.
pointing back at you.
So if you have,
I would like to ask Mr. Russman if he's going to recuse himself. Based on minutes from the ZBA meeting, February 10th, Rick Russman, 18 Beach Drive, said that in his opinion, the board should deny the request for a continuance, default the applicant, and dismiss the application for special exemption
what date was that?
with prejudice.
Yes.
Here's the minutes.
Oh, okay. So,
So he's made public statements that it should be dismissed
well, that's
with
a legal
prejudice.
statement.
Am I correct?
With prejudice is a legal term.
With prejudice means it will not be brought up again.
Again, without prejudice means the applicant bring it up again.
Right, but
So-
this means not, so if they had agreed with that.
All right, so I'll pass that on to Mr. Russman.
Yeah, I believe that, two things. One, it was on a,
Get full focus.
Turn them off. Can I have that back, please, Peter? I'd like it back.
I believe that was on a different application, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that it was in response to the, what I consider to be as a lawyer that's practiced 50 years, not a good way for a lawyer to behave in terms of at the last minute, the night of, apparently, the public had noticed the night of the hearing that the, I believe it was a motion for rehearing, was going to be continued. And there were 40 or 50 people here, and this was relative to the lawyer and his procedure and not relative to Summit. So that is why the statement was made. It was on a different application. And it was, I think, 1.5 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. And we're here on a different application for Summit at this point. So I have no bias on that one way or the other.
I have no problem with that, and I like your answer because you considered it just as I considered, right? I knew, not that I knew what your answer would be, but we're both in the same boat, aren't we? I considered speaking about one thing and not the other, and you considered, and that's fine, that's okay.
I dare say I'm not in the same boat with you, Peter.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, no problem. We're still gonna go and buy each other a coffee.
Okay, so, we are here tonight, we're 20 minutes into this. Let's see. All right, we need to open the hearing that has been continued for Summit Distributing and what is now Quick Stop Property LLC instead of King's Crossing, not Kingston Crossing. And we did get a authorization letter from Quick Stop LLC giving GPI and Summit permission to represent them in this hearing. So I think that since we are dealing with this correspondence, what I would, actually, this should be under the public comment section. There's a couple of other things on that letter from correspondence, but we'll wait until we get to the public comment section on that. We continued from the last month because the peer review studies that we had requested came in, some of them came in a little bit too close to the hearing time, less than a week, and it didn't, or about a week, and it didn't give the applicant a chance to address them. I didn't realize that there was going to be a response and changes to the plan made. So in the meantime, the Summit submitted responses to all three consultants, and the consultants, all three consultants have responded with updates. Having said that, I don't think there's a need to continue tonight because we've got the results of what we requested and had plenty of time to review it. I guess we'll have representatives from Summit come up to address the studies. Yeah. How did you want to do that?
I'll start off with just some preliminary remarks, and I'll turn it over to the engineers to focus on tonight's meeting anyway.
Okay, push the little button on the microphone.
Filter.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. AC stop, that's nice. As the board knows, my name is Brian Bouchard. I'm an attorney in Portsmouth at Sheehan Finney. I represent the applicant, Summit Distributing LLC. I submitted a letter earlier this morning. I have copies, some extra copies. If anybody in the audience wants one as well. And I'm going to keep my remarks brief tonight because, as Mr. Chairman, you mentioned there were 3 studies that were commissioned, and that is really the focus of tonight's meeting. But I would like to outline a few points that are in my letter. First, as I mentioned in June, I don't want to repeat too many things for June. I'm sure the board doesn't want to hear a lot either. And as Mr. Broderick correctly pointed out, this board previously determined in granting a special exception from the Aquifer Protection District that the proposed project would not detrimentally affect the quality of the groundwater contained in the aquifer. That decision was then upheld by the Rockingham County Superior Court. Second, I want to remind this board that the application for a special exception is only for the gas station use. The retail use of the property and the restaurant use of the property is permitted by right in the C2 zone. The reason I mention that is because one of the town's designated experts, Dennis Quintel, he raised concerns about the retail operation and the restaurant operation in his first letter of July 19th. That isn't a matter that passes through ZBA review because it doesn't concern the special exception. Third, I do want to point out here that when the board is evaluating the 5 criterion for a special exception, it is not comparing this lot, it is not comparing those criteria against a vacant lot. And I think traffic provides an illustrative example of this. If you build anything on that corridor, because there's a vacant lot right now, it is going to result in some change in traffic patterns and some change in traffic in general compared to a vacant lot. However, that's not the test that is being measured with the special exception. The test that is being measured is how will the traffic change compared to other commercial uses that are permitted in this area, of which there are many. You can have a truck terminal on that lot. You can have a supermarket on that lot. You can have a CVS if you want, a bank, an office park. All of those things would also change the traffic patterns significantly from a vacant lot. So when the board is analyzing these criteria, it needs to analyze them as compared to other uses that are permitted in the C2 zone, especially under this case because two of the proposed uses, a retail operation and a restaurant, are permitted by right. And finally, I want to note that during the prior hearing in June, there were many residents that urged this board to take the position that if the applicant could not guarantee with 100% certainty that no gasoline would ever leak or there wouldn't ever be an incident, they urged the board to deny the application. And I have two responses to that. First, Summit Distributing has never had a leak at any of its facilities. It does not anticipate any such issues here, and the system has been designed with myriad redundancies to avoid any leak into the environment. Second, I will note more procedurally that in the ordinance does not require nor does it demand a 100% certainty guarantee like many residents have urged this board to adopt. What Criterion 4 says of the special exception is that no hazard to the public or adjacent property on account of potential fire, explosion, or release of toxic materials. That is a criterion that, in our view, encourages the board to consider reasonable possibilities, reasonable potentialities, to evaluate mitigation systems, to evaluate redundancies, but it is not one that requires a 100% certainty guarantee, nor it is one that invites consideration of conjecture and unfounded speculation. In any event, some of these last two points that I've made are somewhat moot, in that TF Moran confirmed in its letter today that it doesn't have any further concerns as to traffic, and Truslow Resource Consulting, I believe, confirmed in its letter of yesterday that all of its concerns have been addressed. And it concluded in its letter, quote, "The release of toxic materials from the proposed Summit Fuel Depot is unlikely based on the proposed site design, management, and controls. There should be no hazard to the public or adjacent property owners from hydraulic impacts or stormwater releases of toxic materials from the site if all the controls listed, area installed, and maintained in a stated emergency response measures are followed." Finally, I'll just conclude by saying that the applicant here has worked with some of the best engineers that I've worked with in a land use capacity. The owner of this project is a local owner. He's a New Hampshire business owner. This is not someone coming from out of state to build a gas station and run away. This is a business that cares about its community and has a well-regarded reputation in this state of safely managing distribution systems like this. And together, GPI Engineering and the applicant have addressed and resolved all of the comments and concerns raised by the three experts commissioned by this board. And with that, I will turn it to Heather Monica, who is going to address the traffic matters and go through that for the board.
Good evening. Since our last meeting, we did receive a peer review letter from TF Moran, who was hired by the town to do a peer review of the traffic documents that were submitted. The letter was dated July 7th, 2023. GPI then responded to that letter in our response to comment letter dated July 26, 2023. The comments that were addressed were things like COVID adjustments, trip generation comparisons, they wanted to see different versions of it, heavy vehicle percentages, trip distributions, peak hour factors, some of the mitigation for the signal as far as minimum green time, and there were some questions on some capacity analysis and the signal warrant analysis. We have addressed all of those comments. We have updated all the analysis based on those comments, and as noted at the last hearing, even if the warehouse project does not move forward with signalizing the intersection of 125 and 107, that will be a mitigation measure of this project. So with the mitigation of the traffic signal at the intersection, along with the geometric improvements that we're proposing, that would mitigate the impacts of the project. And as just noted, we did receive a letter today. It is dated August 9th, 2023 from TF Moran, and every single comment on there is noted as comment is resolved. So we feel that there's no further outstanding issues as on the traffic side for this project. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Nicole to talk about the site engineering and those peer reviews that were done.
Good evening, Nicole Ducat, Greenman Peterson. I'm hoping that this is close enough too, so you can see. I prefer visuals. I'm a very visual person, and I find that most planning board, ZBA members are visual people as well. So as the attorney discussed, we did get comments from Dana Truslow from Dana Truslow and from Dennis Quintel, the town's hydrogeologist and professional engineer. So I'd like to go through some of the comments, not all of them, but some of the comments that they had regarding the drainage system and what's being done on site in cases of a release. So basically, both of the letters did mimic each other quite a bit on comments. So I'll just kind of do a summary. First, the big thing is about releases to the site. We're never going to say there's never a chance of having a release on the site. There may be. It's a potential. But what we have done is we have planned for that potential, that possibility. And we've made sure that we've had redundancies to make sure that we're containing a potential spill on this property. Like the attorney said, Summit Distributing has not had a release on their sites, has not had a recorded release on their site, but there's always the potential. There's human error involved. So just to go through we call it the treatment train. So our pre-treatment train is our initial system on this property. So on this, we have, for the fueling areas, I kind of separated these in two different areas. One you'll see in the yellow, and this is in your package that I gave you. It's one of the 11 by 17 plans. So this yellow area here contains the fuel delivery area with our underground storage tanks and the 5 dispenser islands. The orange area here is just for the fueling area for the diesel, commercial diesel area.
I was going to ask if there's any way you can align it.
Sure.
And maybe move it over, take the microphone with you.
Usually they put it right up here.
Just put it over here and just take your microphone with you so that everybody can see it. I probably won't be on camera for anybody, but that's fine.
Never done one of these microphones, but that's okay. All right. Can you hear me? Yep. Okay. So just to reiterate, this yellow area is for the underground storage tanks, so the fuel delivery area, and then the dispenser units, the dispenser islands here. And this area in orange is the fuel dispenser islands for your commercial truck diesel. The area out here is going to a separate system that includes the building and some of the parking lot. But what I did is I separated the two or three areas, but we'll just say this is the fueling area and this is not the fueling area. So this is the area that's allowed by right. The only thing that we're asking for a special exception on is the area in yellow and orange. So with that in mind, we do have redundancies in the other parts, but we're just focusing on this. So if there was ever a spill at the dispensers, so we do have each of these islands here, each of the islands on the retail section is surrounded by the positive limited barriers, also known as spill containment grooves. Those are the grooves in the concrete that you see around each of the dispensers when you go to a gas station. Those are actually capable of containing 5 gallons of gas, of gasoline or diesel fuel. So if you had a small leak at the dispenser, it would first be filled with those. On both of these, we do have canopies, so we don't have to worry about snow cover or plows going over the concrete pads and taking the fuel out of those containment grooves. So from there, if we had a spill that was over 5 gallons, then that would go, and I'm just talking about the dispenser islands first, that would go into a catch basin, eventually flow into a catch basin. Those catch basins, all of them have eliminators. So they're basically a T-type system that allows floatables to build up in each of the catch basins and water to settle down, sediments to settle at the bottom. With our deep sump, water goes under the T and up. Because your gasolines are floatable, they'll stay at the top. So we have, in each of those catch basins, there's the ability to contain 66 gallons of floatables in each of the catch basins. So, and usually that's your first line of defense, and I know Summit Distributing hires clean harbors for their emergency response, and what they have told me is those are a necessity on any commercial, never mind commercial gas station, any commercial site, because that's your first line of defense. That's usually what they can clean and maintain any type of spill there. If it does go over, we're at, what, 71 gallons? If we have a spill over 71 gallons, it then goes to an oil water separator. I do want to point out that in the last 10 years, we went through records, DS compiled records between 2012 and 2021. So that's 10 years of records. The largest spill that was recorded at a dispenser was 17 gallons. So we're now at 71 gallons with that. So from there, and I'm just going to go to here because we have the smaller oil water separator there. If there was a spill that was greater than 71, we do have a 1,500 gallon oil water separator tank back here as well. Now, for the fueling area, fuel delivery area, where the UST tanks are, that goes kind of through the same process. It will go, it does not have spill containment grooves around it, basically because we don't have a canopy over them. So there's no sense in having them because they would continually be washed out. So from there, they go to the catch basin, so that's 66 gallons for the catch basin. It actually runs through a couple of runs through a catch basin in a drain manhole that has a first defense system in it. So the first defense is a hydrodynamic separator that separates your oils and hydrocarbons and allows your solids to settle out of it. So in that first defense system, we have about 190 gallons of floatable capacity. So for the fuel delivery area, we have the 66 gallons here. and then the first offense has the 190. From there, we enlarged the tank here, and back here where it's just the dispensers, we have the 1,500-gallon oil water separator. In the front, where we have the fuel delivery area, there's a 3,500-gallon oil water separator, and that has been enlarged, and that's well above what is required by the state regulations for any site, any type of site, this area. But knowing that the town is very sensitive to making sure that we're containing the oils, we did make sure initially that we had a much larger oil water separator there. So from there, it goes to the 3,500-gallon oil water separator, which has about 2,000 something gallons of storage for floatables and that as well. So I know I mentioned the last 10 years. The last 10 years, the New Hampshire public records for spills, the maximum amount of spill for deliveries was 500 gallons. So we're well above that for containment for this. So this is what I mean, that we have built in a numerous amount of redundancies on this to make sure that we're containing everything on site. Now, there was a comment about dissolved petroleum. So that's where our treatment system comes in. So what I described as your pre-treatment training section of your stormwater. From there, it goes on to your treatment section. So from there, it goes to the lined sediment forebay and bioretention area. So the bioretention area has 24-inch filter media that is made of soil and organics. So that helps you break down those hydrocarbons even more. So that will allow the absorption of your hydrocarbons within that soil media. This is a lined system, so it's not going directly into the groundwater from there. So from there, and just to mention, I know I mentioned this in the response, according to the UNH Stormwater Testing Center, which is where all of that, where DES gets all of their recommendations for the regulations in stormwater, they have tested bioretention areas, woody vegetated bioretention areas, which is what this is, and they have found that it has a 99% rate of removing hydrocarbons. So that's why we've put the bioretention area in there. So both areas have the bioretention area to deal with the suspended hydrocarbons within the stormwater.
I've got a quick question
yeah.
before you go on. When you say removal, what actually happens to the hydrocarbons? Are they absorbed into the biomass, and does that have to be then removed because it's contaminated?
No, it doesn't have to be removed. A lot of times it breaks down within the system. So because you have that carbon material within your filter media, it helps break down the hydrocarbons. So, and we've been seeing that. I know that Verdantis has a letter in response, and that does include that. What they're seeing is they're not seeing in the gas stations they monitor, they're not seeing gas components if the stormwater is done correctly. They weren't seeing anything in their monitoring wells regarding your gas components. And their reasoning for that was that the soil the soil coming off of it acts as to break down the hydrocarbons as well. So by the time it gets to the groundwater, it actually is treated even more after our system. So because we know that the town is very sensitive to this issue, we wanted, the applicant has proposed another additional treatment system. So even though this meets DES requirements, this meets 99% removal just with the bioretention area, he has agreed to add another treatment device, which you usually only have one treatment device. So this site will have 2 treatment devices on each area. So we're gonna have a second treatment device here and a second treatment device there. What that will be is, it will be a storm filter, which is a enclosed mechanical type treatment system, and that has filters in it and the filters on this one will be made up of granular activated carbon, so GAC for short. So that system, there is some information on the GAC filter media, that is actually recommended for remediation sites. So it's recommended for remediation sites to break down further your hydrocarbons within the storm water. So not only do we have this, but we have a system that is meant for remediation sites for gas stations or heavy fuel users. As far as, there was some mention about the wells. So DES has regulations already. The New Hampshire DES Underground Storage Tank Bureau has regulations for separations to wells. So we're required for a public water system, which is basically any system that serves over 25 people should be permitted as a public water supply system. So this site will be a public water supply system, and it's going to be the closest well to this development. So DES requires us to be 500 feet to any gasoline system component. So that includes fuel lines, dispenser islands, underground storage tanks. So that's for gasoline, and it's 400 to diesel. For private wells, it's a little less because it's serving less people. There's a 250-foot radius to private wells for gasoline components and 75 to diesel. So the closest well to this system is actually our public water supply. All other wells are further away from that. So we're meeting DES's requirements for setbacks between wells and fueling systems. So on top of that, I do want to mention there are a couple of things that we did change with this. One was a comment from Mr. Quintel about our notation with the oil water separators, and I agree, we do have a conflict on our plan. We did say 2,500 gallons over in the notes in the drainage structure. That should say 3,500 gallons, but that is included in the response. But I just want to make sure that I point that out, that because we have a 3,500 and a 2,500, I think this is done after the fact. We enlarged the tank and we forgot to change it here, so that will be done. The other thing is for the landscaping, just to make that 99%, make sure we have that 99% removal in our bioretention area. This is also submitted in your package too. We made sure we added some woody vegetation to the bottom of the bioretention area to make sure we get that 99% removal rate. And then the other one would be the addition of the storm filter would be an additional change. So I just want to mention those three things are the changes to the original application.
I've got a question on your well radius. It's 500 feet to your public water supply well.
Any public water.
Yes,
yeah.
I know. You're saying what it is to yours, which you're saying is the closest. How far is it from the fueling area to the edge of the property? Because the question is, are you going to need a well radius, a protection area that goes into adjacent properties?
No, so that's a setback. So the difference is the distance between the public water supply and the components is a setback. Your well radius is a different thing. Okay, sorry. So we do have our well radius completely on our property.
Right, but how about the setback requirement from your fueling facility, does it cross the property lines so that you would need an easement to keep people from putting a well in? You know, if somebody buys a property on either side of you, would they need to locate their well outside that 500 feet?
Yes, they would need to. If it's a public water supply well, they would
Okay,
need to,
and
yes.
it would be, you said 250 feet for a private water supply. Would you have to get an easement on the abutting properties, or are you far enough?
Let me get the other plan. I'm pretty sure we're far enough away.
Peter, are you talking about an easement or a well release?
It's an easement on abutting properties if you're going to prohibit them from having a well within a certain distance.
I think that's, you would ask for a well release.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's a release.
So, just to give you an idea, now diesel, it's only 75 feet, so this is 100 feet right there, and our property line's over here. So, and for the gas components, that's 100, 200. So we definitely have, so it's like 150 to here. So we definitely have the area on our property for that, although it's not required. The other thing I want to mention is because in the Verdantis letter that was included, there is a recommendation to add ground monitoring wells towards the outlets of the property. So our well is going to be tested. That's requirement of DES for any public water supply well. That well is going to be tested. But Verdantis, I believe he recommended adding 3 ground monitoring wells towards the outlet ends. And these 2 properties are actually owned by the same people right now. The owner of this property is the owner of this one, and I believe this is meant to be a lease property, correct? Yes. So it's going to be in common ownership. So adding a monitoring well on this property is not a big ask. So that's what Verdantis was recommending, is adding a ground monitoring well towards this outlet and towards this outlet, and one in between. So that's just to make sure that an extra insurance that this system is working as it should, and to make sure that the town feels comfortable about what is out there. So I think that is it. If you have any more questions, we're all here to answer them. Thank you.
I guess Dana's response is Dana? You're here, and I was going to ask you to come up, and why don't you comment on your reports and what you found and what your recommendations are.
Okay, I think I'm being recorded. Yeah, I had written an original letter before the July meeting that had a number of concerns. Primarily my concerns were with the discharge from stormwater from the bioretention areas, which are the ones that she described that would be draining the fueling areas. And my concerns were, during a rainstorm, there's prediction to have a certain amount of discharge from those bioretention areas. So it wouldn't necessarily have treatment of water that would flow in and then stay in the bioretention area. There would be some water that would stay in the bioretention area, but as the water rises during a storm, there would be discharge eventually, depending on how much of a storm there was. So my concerns were, what kind of issue would there be if there was a large storm, when there was a refueling situation where there might have been a release. And I believe that the response in my letter to that question was that the delivery people are not allowed to, or typically don't, wasn't really clear, make deliveries if it's greater than 10-year storm. That was in the letter. And one of my questions in the most recent letter is, how do they know? So I guess that's one question I'd still like to have answered, and then I can go into some of the other questions I have.
Do you mind if I, okay. So just to give an idea, Nicole Duquette, Greenman Peterson again, just to give an idea of what storms we're talking about, a 2-year storm is 3.15 inches in 24 hours. A 10-year is 4.8 inches in 24 hours. A 50-year is 7.34 inches. It doesn't mean we have a storm every 10 years, it just means that percentage. So as far as fuel deliveries goes, for a storm over 10 years, that's over about 5 inches of rain in a 24-hour period, which is not normally what we see. We have seen a couple of 10-year storms together, which equate, a lot of water, and that's where we've had our flooding. But as far as over a 10-year storm, that's when you get into significant flooding that these tanker trucks are not going to go through because it's unsafe for them to go through hazardous flooding type storms. So that's why my response was the way it was. And Tom, do you have anything to add regarding your fuel tanker deliveries? I mean, what is their?
No, I think you summarized it very well.
Okay.
So then they're told, don't go out and make a delivery because we're getting a 10-year storm? Or?
Yeah, they're hazardous road conditions, they don't go out.
Okay. All right, because we have had some storms recently that nobody knew was going to be such a large storm until it actually happened. We're having lots of pop-up storms. So that was just my question. How did the delivery people know?
Can I just comment on that? Yeah. I mean, Tuesday's storm, it was my understanding that we received 4 inches of rain in less than 24 hours. Is that anyone else's understanding
Yeah, we
as
got
well?
4.75 at our house
So we just
in
had
12 hours.
almost
so.
a 10-year storm in just 2 days ago.
Right.
Right, and just to add on to that, I'm sorry, Dana.
No, it's okay.
Just to add on to that, the system is kind of, it is modeled to make sure that we're not resuspending, because that's a big issue. In big storms, you don't want the resuspension of your oils. So we do have kind of a bypass on larger storms over 10 years to go into the oil water separator tank so that we're not resuspending those floatables in those systems. Yes, that storm was a 10-year storm, but if you consider one that's greater than that, you're not going to want to be on the road, and these tankers are not going to want to be on the road because it's a hazard for them and public safety.
These retention, are they ponds or are they tanks?
So the pretreatment system is all enclosed concrete structures.
Okay, so it's a tank. So there's an inlet, and there's an outflow. Is there a baffle at the outflow?
All of them have baffles.
So any petroleum product is lighter than water.
Yep,
So it would go to the top, just like a septic tank,
correct.
right? Would have anything that floats, vegetable matter, other stuff, right? So the water that would go in the outflow, I think it's 1.5 feet. Would you by chance know what the baffle bottom is?
They're different on each one.
I mean, it doesn't matter. The point is that the water going out wouldn't be petroleum product, most likely.
Right.
You know, I mean, it'd be pretty hard to, I mean, you would have to have a lot of petroleum to get down to that water. So the only thing to go in the outflow would be really the water, because
we
like
have
the
that
septic
storage.
tank, that petroleum product floats.
Correct.
Which is the whole idea why the baffle is there.
Yeah. Yeah, so any water that goes in, even if you're with oil or water, if your oil's gonna float anyways, no matter what storm you're in,
Yeah.
is what your point is, and it's absolutely correct. And any water is going to be below that baffle, and using the baffle. So as long as we have a clear flow of water going out, you're never going to.
It wouldn't matter,
Yeah.
because the water goes out and the
Exactly.
oil stays there, or the petroleum product stays there.
So, sort of on the same piece, so 2 days ago, we had all that rain. So the trucks aren't gonna go out, but can the system handle that much water coming down? How is that calculated for and provided for, right? Because rain doesn't come down consistently through the day, necessarily, right?
So these systems are by regulation, by town and state regulation, able to handle more than a 50-year storm. So basically what happens is we're required to mitigate, meaning that we're required to make sure our flow rate equals our post-flow rate equals our pre-flow rate. So any water going off is mitigated on site. So our systems are designed to handle the larger storm events. Our pre-treatment systems are designed to make sure that we are making sure that that first flush is taken care of. On this system, it's more than just the first flush because we have a gas station. But a typical stormwater system takes care of, because your leaks, your drips, and everything on the parking lot. That takes care of the pre-treatments for the first flush. The treatment system is for the larger storms and treating those.
And in that system that you were talking about, with pre-treatment, the system with the baffles and stuff, the enclosed, how is that maintained? If that's full now and you got oil, if you had a spill and it contained that, how is that material removed, and how do you know when it's gotten to the point where
So with the stormwater, with our stormwater design comes a stormwater maintenance plan as well. That is something that's required by the planning board and by the state as well. So in that is the instruction on how to maintain that the owner does get, and they contract with a sediment and a stormwater personnel company that removes all of your sediment and your oils, and it's the same way, they vacuum them out. It's the same thing as your septic tank. It's that same kind of thought is you're vacuuming out the solids and you're vacuuming out the floatables, and then they're required to dispose of them per state regulations.
Dana, you were talking about one of the, when they got the response back and they'd added the GAC media, you're talking about how that's removed in your response letter. Are you satisfied with that?
Yeah, I was going to actually touch on that next. And so one thing that Nicole mentioned was the Stormwater Center said there was a 99% removal of hydrocarbons. And I just wanted to clarify that that's the diesel range hydrocarbons. So that's like the heavier petroleums. And then the lighter range, the benzene, xylene, toluene, that tend to be in gasolines, they tend to be more soluble. So you would tend to find them dissolved in water more readily. So that's why I was satisfied that the granular activated carbon system should take care of that, again, assuming that it's properly maintained, filters have to be changed, so on and so forth. But that should strip out those lighter fuel components that might be in the groundwater that the bioremediation through the bioretention system does not take care of. And just to also clarify one other point, so the absorption of petroleum products is kind of twofold. There is some soil absorption, but what happens in a bioretention system is the bacteria grows that actually breaks down those products as well. So it's sort of a natural remediation system in that the carbon that's available gives the bacteria the food, plus the petroleum itself has carbon in it, so that actually is broken down by these bacteria that accumulate in the bioretention ponds. So,
So, I don't know if either of you can speak to this, and pardon me, because I'm going to put this in as layman as terms as I can, right? And appreciating what the initial attorney said tonight, just in terms of risk factors. So, as we're talking, 99% sounds very high, right? I mean, most of us would take a bet that was going to be 99%, right? I think. However, you know, if I'm thinking about this in terms of water and solubility and trying to understand all the chemicals that are involved, right? If I had a glass of water that was 99% water and 1% gasoline or diesel, I probably wouldn't drink it. In fact, I wouldn't drink it, right? Versus if I had dirt on my hands and I was going to eat a sandwich, yeah, I'd probably skip washing my hands. So I'm just wondering if one of you are able, and again, I don't know if that's in your purview, to be able to speak to that 1%, sort of as we're thinking about the runoff, Chris, I think that's everybody's concern in the community and about how that impact is going to be. So I don't know if that question is clear, but sort of, yeah, I think I can stop there.
oh, go ahead.
So there was the letter that was submitted at the beginning of the response to Dana's comments from Verdantes. It's that first page. So on the second page on their monitoring experience, that deals with the experience that they've had on gas station sites. So not only do we have our stormwater system, but we're outletting onto the surface of the ground. So there's actually removal happening within your soils before you get to the groundwater too. So 99% is for the bioretention area. Then we have the storm filter with the GAC that will probably remove that last 1%. And then through that, you have that additional soil media before it gets into the groundwater too. So that is why when they are testing these facilities in Stratham, Plymouth, Auburn, Barrington, Amherst, Darien, Wyndham, they're not finding any detectable limits when they're testing towards the outlet end of these stormwater systems, because down gradient from these stormwater systems, because the stormwater system and the natural ground is removing everything before it's getting into our groundwater. So this right here, that monitoring experience, and if we need to provide extra information on that, we can. That basically proves what I've been trying to say as far as removal of any of the petroleum substance that gets onto the pavement and through our systems. And I got to mention that these systems, because I know a couple of them, these systems do not have all the bells and whistles that you'll have on this site too. This site is, the stormwater system on this site far surpasses any of these areas that were tested.
I can also comment on that question. So the UNH Stormwater Center did a report, which is where a lot of this information came from, and I happen to have it with me. And the bioretention areas with the design that Nicole mentioned, with a 99% removal for total petroleum hydrocarbons diesel range, this is in micrograms per liter. What they were looking at was a specific concentration of those chemicals going in, and then they measured what was coming out. And going in on the system that was proposed, it was 750 micrograms per liter, or that's parts per billion. And the effluent, what came out the other side, was below detection limits. So they're calling that 99% because the detection limit is probably, very low, but it's not zero. So the 99% is their way of saying, well, all but what couldn't be detected by the chemical analyses. So I can provide this information if it would be helpful. I don't think it was included in any of the packets, but, oh, it is included, okay. So just to explain, what that says. Mm-hmm. So just going on the stormwater easement, I think there is going to be an actual stormwater discharge easement, or drainage easement rather. But the fact that the adjacent property is going to continue to be owned by the same owner, I think takes away one of the questions I had, because my original understanding was that there was a land swap of some sort and the back portion was going to be swapped with the front portion, but apparently that was not correct.
Yeah, I think what you described was that the lot subdivision is still going to happen.
Correct, it's
And
just,
it's going to have common ownership. However, that's not a permanent condition. When you've divided lots, the adjacent lot could end up getting sold. And so you'd have to have some kind of easement permitting the well, and if you're using the second lot for mitigating stormwater, you're planning to do that all on the smaller, on your lot, right?
so we would not need an easement for the well. That's something that is completely on the site, the radius is on site. We will need one, just because they're owned by the same entity, they are separate lots.
Yeah.
So we will need to get a drainage easement for the flared end section that goes onto the adjacent lot.
Right.
We'll need a drainage easement for that, a slope easement for that slope that goes down, and an easement for the ground monitoring well on that lot. But those are things that are usually taken care of at the planning board level.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, so again, back to what was previously said, you cannot, guarantee that there's never going to be a release, but I do think that there's a lot of redundancy built into the system, and that there's been a lot of additional work done to mitigate contaminant release to stormwater, which is really what I was looking at. The groundwater is not something that I was specifically looking at, but we do have to understand that whatever is released to from a stormwater discharge point with this permeable material does eventually enter groundwater, but that will be dealt with at the planning board level, since there's already been a variance.
That's correct, yes, and that's why we specified in the request that it was, instead of hydrogeological, it was going to be just a hydrology and runoff issue here. And the ZBA put a condition that the planning board would determine what was required for the aquifer protection in its decision in October 21. So, so we appreciate this is more for the abutting properties and water runoff, and if it's going to affect abutting properties, which includes the highway and the public property, and of course release of toxic materials, which regardless of where they're released to. So thank you.
You're welcome. If you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer them.
I'm curious, are you confident that there wouldn't be contamination into the groundwater. Based on everything that she just said. And all
Well, I
the
wasn't
backup
really
and
asked to
backup
look
and
at groundwater, so I think
No,
that's
I'm
just
sorry,
what
you're right,
Peter
you're right,
just
I'm sorry. Right.
mentioned.
So I'll put it this way, you comfortable with the system that they have and that they say they're going to install?
Well, I've gone through the redundancies, especially with granular activated carbon, which is at the back end of the bioretention system. And I understand that will treat anything that would otherwise be discharged to ground. Right, okay. So, I'm not an engineer, so I don't understand exactly
I'm not asking
what.
for that's why I'm saying you're comfortable. I'm not saying, yes, I'm for it.
Yeah. I mean, again, it all comes down to management, maintenance, and, just
The human factor.
checking to make sure that everything is being followed.
Which gets us to the issue of future monitoring. I know that when 266, the warehouse project went in, there was a significant number of conditions of approval, and one of them was that the applicant work with you to develop a plan for maintenance and testing. So that would probably be one of the conditions that would go forward, that you have some way, that the applicant has set up a plan for maintenance and monitoring and reporting to the town, and somehow that it's funded. Because quite frankly, Kingston right now lacks the ability to take on significant engineering monitoring such as this, which is why an escrow account was set up for this large warehouse project. You know where that is, beyond where you are, and would probably require a similar requirement right now. We no longer have a full-time code enforcement officer, and the town engineer would have to get paid for his work in doing that, as would our consultant here. So that that would probably be one of the conditions of approval, if we were to approve this project, would be to set up some kind of escrow fund. Again, it would be done through the planning board, but it would be a condition of this board that be established.
I have a question, it might be something for you. Speaking of the maintenance plan, if a maintenance plan is in place, is that something that follows with any owner on this property, as this is going to be a leased property and could trade hands in the future?
Yeah, site plans, once they're approved, stay with the property, so that a person who buys the property, if they intend to continue the current use, are subject to the entire site plan and all the conditions of approval that went along with that. You're nodding your head, you've been through this before. Conversely, if they decided to buy it and put up and then remove the tanks and put up an entire electrical charging facility or whatever, they would go through a site plan review for new use and change of use. And I noticed you didn't have any electric charging systems in here, but I would assume, what, there is? Oh, okay. We just aren't discussing it because it's not part of the requirements, okay. It's not part of it, okay. Do we have any more questions for Dana? Or did you have any more comments? No, I have gone through the most recent comments. Okay. Do we want to move to the public comment section now, or do we have any other questions for anybody from the presentation for TPI? I think, why don't we open up for public comments? And before we do that, I want to state that the first one we want to hear from is the continuation of the correspondence we got from Attorney Swarinsky. Can you tell me the name again? Chris? Swiniarski, sorry. I don't know why I got a mind block. If I see it written, I'll remember it. And one of the things is there was, it's a reference to the comment that was again made by Attorney Bouchard. Is it Blanchard? Your last name is Blanchard? No, it's Bouchard. Bouchard, yeah, Bouchard, okay. Okay. That was about the permitted uses in the C2 zone. And so why don't you come up here and explain the correspondence that you had, and you say that what's that? Oh, yeah, no, I'd like you to address. What? Oh, we're not, yeah, on this one, we're just gonna address this. What's that? Okay, let me see if I've got a copy, because I think we had extra copies, didn't we, of, do you have one? Okay, so I got my notated copy that I printed out, but did you? Here we go. I got it. Got it. I printed my own. So we're going to go to page 2, your section 2, the third-party review required. And do you want to amend that now? What part? The third-party review required by the board. You state that the traffic impact is not complete. When we put out these for the planning board, we requested the peer reviews a week prior. And as you know, we didn't get them quite in time to get a complete review. I didn't know the extent to which the review was going to be. So anyways, we got a response back, and then now we only 5 o'clock this afternoon did we get the response back from the traffic engineer. But we didn't have a time for them. They could present it here at the meeting or by memo or whatever. So my guess is that since we've received that you're no longer saying that particular review is incomplete.
No, that's not the case at all.
Okay.
As you said,
All right, go ahead.
Peer review came in on traffic was 5:02 today, I think was the email. Other reviews, one was yesterday, or I think the other was a couple of days before. So with all of these reviews, the town's peer reviewers took approximately 30 days. Applicant took about 30 days to respond. I don't think it's fair for us to have expert review and have that limited to, in one case, less than 2 hours before the meeting. I don't think that's fair to the residents either. They should have the decision whether they want to engage experts to review that or not. I don't know if we want to yet either as well. Like I said, I haven't had a chance to review that. These things were submitted, the earliest one I think was a day and a half ago. So I get that they all said we're all good, but the previous reviews and the answers didn't come until about 4 or 5 days ago. So to say that the other parties are taking about 30 days each and that the public has a day or two, that's not really reasonable.
Well, yeah.
We'd be appealing
The initial reviews is what we thought we needed the time to review. And then everything else, the way these are normally done is they're done at hearings. So we would, the way the planning board comes in and will, they get a peer review, they come in, the engineer presents his comments, and then they go back and they revise the plans, they come back in. In this case, there's a lot of plans that did get revised, and so that's all got to be considered. But it goes back and forth. A lot of projects take months and months because of that. In this case, a lot of this work that would have normally been presented at hearings was done by correspondence between the reviewers and the applicant, and which saves some time.
Everyone is entitled to review and have a reasonable time to review. And as I've explained, our position is we haven't had a reasonable time. I think everyone understands my position. I understand yours. Certainly no fall when they fall. I think it's what we decide whether it's reasonable or not.
Okay. The second one was the, your statement that the third-party review of this application by CCMI, which is Dennis Quintal, town engineer, raised in the review comments by, in Summit's August 3rd peer review response, captioned response to Civil Construction Management, Inc. Summit states the following in its response to the very first comment. Convenience stores and quick service restaurants and the utilities necessary to serve them are allowed by right within the Commercial 2 district, and therefore are not part of the special exception for a gas station within the Commercial 2 district requested by the applicant. And your statement here is that it's a blatant falsehood. So can you demonstrate to me why you don't feel that the retail outlets and restaurants and food service establishments are not permitted by right, in other words, by ordinance, in the C2 zone?
Yeah, you may recall in June, I submitted a detailed written explanation. Quite simply, those are not permitted uses under your ordinance. But I submitted a very detailed written explanation in June, and when I prepared to make that presentation, I inferred from the board that you didn't want to hear it, and I believe I was shot down on that. So I'm not going to go into
well,
now the board's convenience.
You had a lot of things that were related, that you give the same memo you gave to the planning board, and they're conditional use permits to the planning board. And so a lot of these things that you came up, we discussed drive-throughs, and that you implied that drive-through, being an adjective, was actually a different kind of business. We discussed banks with drive-through ATM, tellers, gas stations with drive-through pumps, restaurants, like all fast food restaurants have a drive-through window, whatever. Nonetheless, we did kind of shoot that part down, but you said that it's not permitted by right, and yet we have the regulations right here. If you want to see them, I'm pretty sure you have a copy. Permitted uses, and this is the C2. Letter I, establishments serving food and beverage, such as but not limited to restaurants, cafes, and taverns. And K is retail stores, and then lists a few others: medical facilities, child care facilities. So when they said that their convenience store, their convenience store and their drive-through restaurant, or the restaurant, quick restaurant, are permitted by right, or permitted by statute in this case, which is what that means. In fact, and that ordinance hasn't changed. You refer to which ordinance, in your letter, you say whether we're using the 2023 ordinance or the 2021 or whatever, but that ordinance hasn't changed in the last several years. So, in fact, it was changed in 2022, but not that section, the list of permitted uses, except to add the food trucks. That was added in 2022. And agriculture and farms was added in 2019. So the retail stores and restaurants or food services establishments have been a permitted use since before the application came in 21. So why are you saying that's a blatant falsehood if it's obviously listed, both those are listed uses, and that's what they've just said, that those were permitted by right in the C2 zone?
You understand this property is also in an overlay district, right?
We are not here to discuss, we've already heard the aquifer protection zone. That is an overlay district. They specifically stated in the C2 zone that it's permitted by right. And you said that's a falsehood, but it's in black and white.
By right on this property.
But your position, what your stated position is that it's their statement that it's permitted by right in a C2 zone is a falsehood.
It is a falsehood. It doesn't tell the whole understand your reluctance. However, if you're going to be relying on those statements in rendering your decision tonight, then you are going to be making that decision, and that's a decision that we're going to appeal. That same decision is a decision the planning board has to make, and if they get it wrong, we will appeal that one too. As I understand it right now, the town has no code enforcement official, the board of selectmen.
They have a part-time.
Okay, whoever is the code enforcement official, they will be making that decision as well when we request it, and we'll be appealing that decision too if it's wrong. So we are going to get to the bottom of this and get it right if the court has to tell us what the right answer is. And we may be talking to each other quite a bit in doing that. But we're not going to keep ducking the issue and dancing around it because it's a material issue.
Okay, but you do admit that those two uses.
I'm not here to admit anything.
Okay.
I'm not being cross-examined and I'm not on trial here.
Okay, but
If I may.
but we can take a vote as a board, and
Do you usually
go ahead.
call people up to the public and question them?
If, the-
No, you've made a correspondence that has included a remark, and that something is a blatant falsehood, and yet.
if I may, I think the attorney's made his point clear, and this is kind of like being a little bit pregnant. Either you are or you aren't, and it is an appealable issue here or there isn't. And he feels that there is, and perhaps the other side feels that there isn't. So I don't know if we need to discuss it anymore.
Okay.
I agree.
We'll let the statute stand for itself and the comments. Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Could we just clarify for me, right? So in regards to the response, like the one we got at 5 o'clock today and earlier, is there a right, does the public have a right to that prior to any decisions that we make or not?
Not if we haven't set a deadline. As I said, tonight would be a perfectly fine time to present a response to the response, or for them, even if they had not wanted to keep this moving faster, Summit could have come in and given a response to the peer reviews.
So sort of it's like an indefinite loop is what
So
you're suggesting.
this whole feedback system can go on, and it might be a reason if we didn't have if we felt we didn't have enough information from the applicants and the reviews to make a decision. We could say, well, we're still missing this or that or the other thing, and we could do that. There's no requirement that we receive the information ahead of the meeting. Information can be presented in the meeting. Let's see. So those were the. Is there anything else in that before we let you go on and no, that was the end of your letter. So your objections are noted. I would appreciate if anybody else on the board felt that our ordinance wasn't clear on the C2 of what it permitted and what was not, neither in this case the gas stations, neither permitted nor prohibited, and which is why we're here tonight, because the ordinance specifically states a special exception has to be applied for. So, was there something else you wanted to address?
There's something else before you called me up.
Oh, yeah, sorry, to address the correspondence that you sent. And so is there any other public comment from anybody? Yes, go ahead. And come in and make sure a microphone's got a green light on it. If not, push the button and give us your name and where you live.
Hi, David Mezzi, 1 Monarch Way in Kingston. So I'm very happy to be a Kingston
Sorry, do you
resident.
know how to spell that?
Mezey,
Okay.
David. 1 Monarch Way. So I'm very happy to be a resident. I'm excited about this development. I think that there's a number of people that I've spoken to, and my wife and I have spoken to, that are very much in favor of having the development and what the development brings, in particular a traffic light. And my remarks, I'll just end in telling you that I'm a retired healthcare professional, and I've dealt specifically and directly with medical, pharmaceutical, and chemotherapy waste. And by comparison, the 17-gallon spill of gasoline, if I heard that correctly, over a 10-year period pales in comparison, because every day pharmaceutical waste comes out of humans, it goes down into the septic systems, public and private sewer systems. There's zero way to filter that. Solid waste, yes, don't be confused, but pharmaceutical waste, no. So I'm applauding these folks with all the fail-safes and all the state requirements that they seem to have met and exceeded. So I can sleep very easily at night, not worrying about the gasoline and the overflow in the water. They seem like they've gotten that taken care of. So I think it's a great thing for the town. I think there's a lot of people that support it. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Is there anybody else in the would like to make a comment? All right, Phil? And the usual name and location.
Phil Coombs, 6 Little River Road, downstream of Butter, as opposed to the prior gentleman who's an upstream of Butter, so he can rest easy knowing that none of that's coming his way. And to my understanding, there is no traffic light associated with this, is there?
Yes, part of their application is that, and their traffic report, which we will discuss, is that if 266, who's responsible for the traffic light, that project doesn't go through, they will be required by the state to put in the traffic light. Additionally, they are also responsible for the additional lanes, the turn lanes at that intersection, so that that wouldn't be part of the 266 project, it would be part of this project. So is that what you're asking, the traffic light associated with this project? Yeah, it is a requirement, the state has.
So I will start over here. I do take issue with the fact that Summit is claiming they have no spills. I went to Obereasy in Hampstead today, and at 11:27 noticed one of their employees spreading dry sweep on a large spill at one of their dispensing locations. I have a picture of it if anyone wants to see that.
Well, first of all, that's not a Summit facility.
I was going to ask you if you confirm that.
Okay, sorry then. So we've had 3 rain events over 3 inches in the past 2 months. 3.2 inches, 4.86, and 3.56 in under 6 hours. And I think that's important to note on this. That's a large volume in a short amount of time. This still does not address the groundwater issues. That has not been taken into account in any of this, as Dana Truslow just noted. The other thing that hasn't been taken into account on this is 109.7A3 of the Commercial Zone C2 District states that no excess demand on municipal services, including but not limited to water, sewer, etc., but specifically police and fire protection. And the zoning board has never addressed this with either the police or the fire. The planning board sent out a set of plans requesting comment on those, but it did not ask if there would be any excess demand placed on municipal services.
Yeah, actually, it hasn't gotten to the planning board yet because
it got kicked back.
It got kicked back because they had never applied for this.
So the zoning board has not actually asked the police chief or the fire chief for that information, have they?
They haven't asked anything. They sent the plans out for review, but then the planning board has not had any hearings.
So the 2 subject matter experts on the impact of this operation on municipal services as they pertain to police and fire have not been consulted.
other than getting the plans, no.
Okay. So a similar truck stop in town of smaller size through June 1st of this year had 69 calls from the police department. In 2022, they had 128 calls. In 2021, 92 calls. That is a drain on municipal services. And I think that's something that this board needs to address with the police and also consult with the fire on the amount of municipal services that are used on a similar operation in town on the same road. I feel that is something that needs to be addressed. I would also like to speak to the matter of appropriate review time. It has been brought up that this board approved the aquifer protection measures. I would again call that a blatant falsehood. It punted to the planning board. And that evening, in an hour and 15 minutes, upon first hearing the information presented by the applicant, that board took that action. At no point was the public allowed to review any of this information, consult with other experts, or challenge any of the information presented. So the zoning board took the applicant's word on it and pushed it on through. I feel that's exactly, can I finish, please?
Yeah, I was going to say the appeal period is over on that one, I'm afraid.
I'm aware, but I'm saying it's happening again here. When a traffic study is given 2 hours prior to a hearing, how are we able to even review that? How is the public able to get their voice heard if they can't review the information that's presented in such a short period? It was done previously, and it's being done again. The job is to represent the residents of Kingston, not the applicant, and I don't feel that's being done by these short timelines where no one can actually engage an expert. And I think it's also a shame that we're not utilizing the subject matter experts on our municipal services. If they're not being engaged and answering this question, nobody on this board is qualified to answer that question. Those people need to be asked. That's all I have to say.
Yes.
Come on up, give us your name and, oh, hi.
And I've been here, maybe. I'm fundamentally against this. Interesting to have another place to go to get gas and whatnot. I mean, I've got, and they're young. And if this goes in, someday, this has got to come down, this station. Is there a capital reserve fund or anything between your agreements with the town or whatever, that what you and the out all the, we have to, the town going to get involved in paying for the thing?
Is there a decommissioning plan?
Yeah, the whole decommissioning plan. And so, are we just, I mean, somebody's going to make a lot of money in the short term on this, and short term, I'm saying maybe 10 or 15 years. But we're dump site down the road. I mean, we've got the government paying for that. We've got town officials, Rick, who, fortunately brought this up to selectmen how many years ago that weren't even, he got opposition from them then on doing something about it. And I mean, thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars been paid for that site. And this is going to come up. We're not going to have petroleum products in a number of years. And how many EV chargers are going to be in there?
Yeah, I can address this question too.
Okay, that's,
First of all, the decommissioning piece, I think what people's concerns would be is if this became a vacant gas station, who cleans up the contaminated site, assuming there's contamination? And fortunately, New Hampshire is a state that happens to have a petroleum cleanup fund, which is a fee that's collected on every gallon of gasoline that you all buy every day and goes into a fund that specifically is designed to clean up those sites, so that if there's any contamination as a result of removal of underground storage tanks, the station closes and the state requires me within a certain period of time to pull the tanks out of the ground. They just can't be left in place. So as a result of that, there's a fund available. It's an insurance fund that's part of many states in the country, but New Hampshire is one of the healthier funds. I happen to be chairman of that fund that cleans those up. So that takes care of that particular scenario.
Is this the fund that's mentioned as far as carrying insurance, like you have to have $2 million of insurance if you have over 100
No,
stations?
it's a state-managed fund called the it's the Petroleum Cleanup Fund, and there's federal funding associated with managing that, and then also the fees that the state collects on every gallon of petroleum products that are sold. And that fund is dispersed for cleanup operations related to petroleum spills, underground storage tank leaks, from previous versions of systems that are out there. And we've lost hundreds of gas stations in recent years because just as the businesses evolve, smaller stations have gone away, the hometown garages, those sort of things have disappeared, and there's been contamination. So this fund has cleaned up these sites and made them, viable commercial sites and prevented contamination from migrating off the sites and all those things. So that's, I don't know if that answers your question related to decommissioning. And then there was another point or question you had? I can't recall what the second.
I mean, we're still all paying for it, whether it's the state or whatever.
Well,
what if the owner was paying for it?
Yeah, well, right, yeah, I'm not planning on doing that, but no, but of course, there are no other retail businesses that I know of that have a state fund that has this sort of, pot of money available to clean up a site and ensure that it's commercially viable and clean, going forward. So I hope that makes folks feel better about it. Yes, of course, we all pay for it. It's federal funding for this, and talking about flooding, as you all know, Vermont had a 100-year event a couple weeks ago, and I had 7 stations underwater, okay? Not one of them released any petroleum. Ruined an awful lot of potato chips and candy bars and buildings and sheetrock and things like that, but not one of them released a drop of petroleum. The systems all worked. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we're gonna have 4 EV charging stations. There'll be DC fast charging locations so that, the range is that you should be able to get a full charge in 20 to 40 minutes, depending on the season, what time of year it is.
I don't know if this helps you rest easier, but a number of years ago, the town yard, they don't get their gas there anymore. They had their own tanks. And I believe the fund that you're talking about paid for pulling those tanks and all the decontamination. So Kingston's already taken advantage of that fund. I happen to be the selectman at the time, and I happen to be the one that was in charge. For that fund to go bankrupt, I would say you'd have a better chance of dying in the next 2 minutes than that fund go bankrupt, because every gallon that is sold, that money goes in and can only be used to reclaim that. So I wouldn't worry too much about it going bankrupt, because every day, every gallon, and we did take advantage of that a number of years ago. So we've already got some experience in that.
Yeah, come on.
Just for the record, this is from the DES One Stop. The
Former Bayberry Variety at 71 Route 125, leaking underground storage tank, 05 of 04. 82 Main Street, formerly Crickles, leaking underground storage tank, 10 of 91. 44 Route 125, Kingston Foreign Auto, leaking underground storage tank, 02 of 88. 102 Route 125, former Max Quick Shop, leaking underground storage tank, 04 of 88. 37 Main Street, Alliance Energy, Mr. Mikes, who has had 5 owners since 2008 for the record, 03 of 13. I also am under the understanding that they're currently going through another one. 35 Newton Junction Road, New Hampshire DOT, leaking underground storage tank, 09 of 93. 36 Depot Road, Northland Forest Products, leaking underground storage tank, 08 of 95. 126 Route 125, Noria Energy, who has had 4 owners since 2001, 06 of 04. 48 Church Street, Pete's Garage, leaking underground storage tanks, 09 of 93. And 138 Main Street, Walter S. Clark and Son, leaking underground storage tank, 08 of 99.
I understand there were leaks, Phil. Would you happen to know when those tanks were put in? Excuse me, Mr. Coombs? Do you happen to know when those tanks were put in? Okay, so that was pre the double wall tanks and all that everybody's testified to, right?
If I could just enter something into the record, just for everybody, to make everybody feel better, from 2012 to 2021, 562 new UST, underground storage tank systems, were installed. And that data set to date has had 0% of those becoming underground storage tank problems. So all the dates, 2012 to 2021. And it's the period of time when the advent of newer technology that we're proposing here has been used for underground storage tank systems. So we've had 0 problems in New Hampshire for any of those types of sites. So historically, I agree with Phil. It's, which is why the systems were upgraded. We went to double wall tanks, we went to double wall piping, we went to electronic monitoring, we went to a lot of the systems that we proposed here today, and obviously you've seen that we proposed well and above that.
A quick question about your electronic monitoring system. What happens in power failures? And does it require an internet connection in order to report to a central location? How do the monitoring systems work?
We have a redundant cellular system built into it. So, and every new station I'm building these days, I'm putting generators in. No offense to the power reliability, but we're putting generators in all our new systems so that we don't have that issue develop. And solar will not probably be adequate to completely run the facility, but it'll be quite a bit of the power needs.
All right, before we close the...
Are there other public members who want to speak?
Yeah, that's right. Are there any other public members who want to speak? Go ahead, come on up and give your name and address.
Pam Brown, 23 Sunshine Drive in Kingston. Just want to restate my opposition to having another gas station on top of our aquifer in Kingston. Apparently Article 109.7, special exceptions, states no hazard to the public or adjacent property on account of potential fire, explosion, or release of toxic materials should be present. Dozens of my neighbors with whom I keep contact have expressed concern about an opposition to the fuel station proposal. I just want to point out, just to refocus everybody, that a recent study says that by 2030, our global water demand will exceed the supply by 40%. The USGS and the Department of Environmental Services noted that southern New Hampshire is experiencing rapid growth, and that 2 aquifers in Wyndham along Cobitz Pond and Kingston along Powell River have the greatest potential to supply additional groundwater, and they write, these two pond aquifer systems were selected for evaluation because of the potential importance as public water supplies. And Kingston has the largest continuous aquifer in the area and is a major source for potential suitable drinking water. I understand we have an Article 201, the Aquifer Protection Ordinance, which already outlines rules that are very clear regarding acceptable economic activities in zones A and B of the aquifer, and the following uses are prohibited. Number 14, gas stations. So I suggest that we revise our aquifer ordinance if there's such great developments in the technology providing gasoline. But it seems that the ZBA is fishing for a reason to pass this proposal, and we've already had multiple hearings and meetings about it. I'm just concerned that you're saying it's just one gas station, but if this is waived, what else here will be coming next and be waived? So I just have concerns about it. How about a nice mini mall or an office complex? The restaurant sounds fine, but are we trying to potentially sabotage our water supply? We've got plenty of gas stations in the area, and if they're on the prohibited list, then we should not be approving this project. And I certainly will move to boycott the facility if it goes through. I think they should withdraw their request. Thank you.
All right, we thank you for your comments, and again, you do understand that our hands are tied that the, right. I understand the concern. I think we all have concerns about the aquifer. However, that's off the table for tonight. Comments. We have to make this decision based entirely upon the criteria that are given. Yeah, come on up. That's.
Again, Brian Bouchard, Sheehan Finney, appearing on behalf of the applicant. I'll note with respect to the comments about the peer reviews that were released, those were conclusions that were just released. There was a back and forth before that, and the conclusions from this board's experts were that all their concerns had been addressed and satisfied. I'll also note that this matter has been pending, I think, since April. And then it was postponed because it was considered by this board to be a matter of regional impact. Any of the abutters to this project have had notice for months. Any of these abutters had opportunity to hire any expert that they wanted to look into this matter and provide commentary to the board. And that has been available to anybody for months. With respect to the concerns about police and fire, this board, in fact, does not need an expert for everything. If it feels it needs an expert, it's certainly entitled to one. But what the Supreme Court has said is that you bring your own experiences into these proceedings, and you make decisions based on your own experiences. You can't ignore expert testimony. You can't ignore what your experts have said about their concerns being satisfied. But not everything you decide requires expert testimony, okay? Certainly if you feel that way, then that's your prerogative. With respect to the statistics cited by Mr. Combs, I don't think that a gas station is unique in any capacity, certainly to any retail store that you could build in that area or any medical facility, but I don't have the numbers to say that. It certainly seems one-sided to present those numbers. And I'll conclude by saying that this is a well-designed facility that will thoughtfully address any considerations for leakage, and that this project meets all of the requirements for the special exception, as many of your experts have confirmed. Thank you.
Right, and on your comment, without having information on the equivalent number of police responses, for example, to a bar or to another facility. I know that's kind of what hit Epping. I think that a lot of people have that in the back of their mind, that they thought Walmart was going to be the cure-all to their tax woes, and it turned out they ended up spending more than they received in terms of additional services, you know, fire, ambulance, and police, and so that's an example of a permitted type of retail establishment that I think we all know the number of times we've heard responses to big box stores. I'll use that term and not drag Walmart but and we do have a lot of response to certain businesses like that, so that without having a comparative evaluation, I think, yeah, we have to base this on what we've heard. From whom? Yeah, from from your numbers there, but people like Chief Briggs, when I've talked to him about responses in certain areas in town, and you know, that was a while ago, obviously, but and quite frankly, just being aware of on the news of what gets called out. But I appreciate that one station that you were referring to that seemed to have a rather high number of calls, and I don't know if that's because of its hours of operation or if it's because of the type of business or what. But if we knew about what kind of calls there were, you know, it might be more useful. But as far as fire, that is something that, and this was brought up by Mr. Swinarski's earlier, and that is that there is a fire plan that has to go into effect before final approval, and it has to be completely worked out with the fire department, fire protection plan and response, so that that is a planning function. If it goes to the planning board, they are required to have a complete fire protection plan and they would evaluate that aspect of it. So, you know, it's one of those things where we'd have to use our own judgment in how many times we've had fires at gas stations. We're not evaluating the other businesses on lots, but you know, I guess if it was a very high number, and I understand there's a fire suppression system here, but that we'd probably be more aware of it. But yes, I suppose we could have gone out to get fire and police comment, but that wasn't one of the things that we felt we needed expert input on. So, but we appreciate your providing some of that. We haven't closed public comment, so come on up and yeah.
Okay, thank you. Muriel Ingalls, 100 Main Street, Kingston. I guess I have three concerns. One is that this seems like a very large project, and I'm wondering if Kingston has the expertise and personnel to supervise, to oversee it. Do we completely trust the applicant to put in all the safeguards that they're talking about, or do we have somebody from Kingston that will supervise this? I know we don't have a code enforcer right now, so that is a concern. I object to the idea of a gas station, even though it's in our ordinances, be built in an aquifer protection zone, and I believe we just passed an ordinance that rectifies that. And I don't understand why the ZBA isn't taking the community's input into that. And finally, I have a big concern about who the ZBA is responsible to, the applicant or to the citizens of Kingston. I'm disappointed in the proceedings that I've heard and seen. Thank you.
Okay, I will address your comment about the aquifer protection zone because you're right, the ordinance has changed.
Right.
This application went in,
understand.
you understand
It's grandfathered
why
in.
that. We are not addressing that. You know, you can rule that all you want, and it would probably be a completely different hearing if we were redoing that, but we're not. So that's the answer. The other answer is yes, we're responsible to the town of Kingston, which is why if this project is approved for use in the C2 zone, we would have to create conditions that we feel would protect the people more than if than just just approving it as is. That is our responsibility, is to figure out a way to protect the public from these situations that could result. And so we're going to do our best to try to protect the public, whether it's if it requires denying it because we find facts that say that it can't be built safely, we would do that. If it's a matter of saying that we find facts that say that it can be built safely, but only with these safeguards in place, we would do that. And I think that's the answer. Is yes, we're responsible to the town of Kingston in terms of protecting the abutters and the population. So.
Mr. Chair, may I
Yeah.
ask, Nicole Duquette, Greenman Peterson, just a little bit more about this too. We did get our New Hampshire DES alteration of terrain permit for this one. And one of the conditions of an alteration of terrain permit nowadays is that the design engineer, design professional engineer, is required to certify that all stormwater is built per plan. So that is something that I will have to do for this site, is I'll have to inspect the installed pre-treatment and treatment systems and sign off that they were built per plan.
Right, this is something, by the way, that came up on the 266, the warehouse project, and that is, it's a very big project. So you're right, the town doesn't have a lot of full-time staff. In the 266, there's an escrow account that was created to enable Dana, the hydrogeologist, to work with the applicant to create a system and a maintenance plan and whatever else, and a monitoring plan also, as well as a maintenance plan. And so this escrow account would go in paying for it, and so there would be somebody who's looking at that, and it wouldn't cost the town extra. So my anticipation would be that either we or the planning board, that would put a condition if that was approved that would require a very similar thing. It's a big project. There would have to be an account to enable the town engineer to go and inspect and to have an ongoing maintenance and monitoring system.
So, and just to add to that too, the UST system, I know I talked about the stormwater because that's my jurisdiction here, but UST systems are also required to be inspected during construction, and that's something that we do in our office too. We have professional engineers that just go out there and inspect these UST installations for certification for our UST permits with the state.
Any other public comment? I'm going to close public comment now. The question from the board members is going to take 5 minute break. Yeah, if trying to get
let's come back to the table and continue this. All right, so the question, we've closed public comment. My question is to the board, before we start the deliberation section of this, is there any other questions we want to ask or items we want to bring up of the people we have here tonight? I think that one of let's see, one of the things we haven't discussed is Dennis's comments. I think it's worth reading his, this is from Dennis Quintal, the town engineer, who submitted his comments and his response to GPI's response. His initial comments on July 19th, he found as what's your name again? What's your name again? Nicole. Oh, sorry, you're okay. So that he found a discrepancy in the volume of oil water separators. That was the 2,500 versus 3,500. That's been fixed, or will be on the next iteration of plans. There's a peak elevation in the bioretention basins on the large storms will be above the surface elevations in the oil water separators. Did that, I don't see, he says all his comments have been addressed, and how was that particular one addressed?
So that's an offline system, so your 50-year storms, your higher storms, actually go through a bypass. So it does not, so that comment doesn't apply. No, it was addressed in our response. So I do have a response letter that shows the comment in italicized. My response letter to that has the comment is italicized and how we addressed it after that.
That's right, okay.
Try and make it as easy as possible.
What's that?
So I kind of broke up his letter. I know it wasn't 1, 2, 3, 4, but I broke it up in paragraphs and responded to him, each one of those.
Peak elevation retention, okay, it was above the, and your response is this, okay, in the highly unlikely event of a large storm event and a full fuel release occurring at the same time, the offline pre-treatment devices may be bypassed. However, the stormwater runoff would be directed to the sediment forebay and bioretention basin, which is lined with an impermeable PVC liner for the purpose of containing a potential release. Okay. I missed that one somehow. My one read on Dennis's comments was that the one thing that can't really be addressed is human error, and you know, that's, he cited a case, actually working up in up north of here, that where they're completely remediating a situation where over 100 gallons was spilled, and caused by human error. And so, you know, this is a modern system, but that obviously wasn't just tank failure, it was just a, you know, just a spillage error. And so his comments is, however, there's no doubt that contaminants will leave the proposed site one way or the other. The question is to what degree and what effect it will have on the environment. Lab results from test wells may someday find contaminants in groundwater. What action will be taken then, and what costs will it have? So that was one of the reasons we were asking about insurance, and I did look up the on the DES site about the requirements for the ASTs, and they do talk about an insurance policy. I believe it's for $1 million for 1 to 100 tanks systems, and then I believe you have more than 100 you have 140 something, you said. How many stations do you have?
The state insurance fund.
Well, this is the this is the one that they talk about, the maintaining insurance for $1 million and then $2 million for over 100.
For each occurrence.
$100,000 for $1 million for each occurrence plus
Right.
$2 million for total insurance coverage.
Per incident, yes.
Okay. So that's the state fund that you're talking about.
Well, the state fund is also, it's $1.5 million per incident.
Okay.
For a UST leak site. And, there's a deductible that the applicant would have to pay, should he have a UST problem that's paid per incident.
Okay. So my question, I guess, there's a lot of discussion in there about bankruptcy, which came up earlier, and how that insurance is paid. I guess if you're going bankrupt or selling or doing whatever.
If you have a release at a location,
yeah,
and every site, underground storage tank site, is registered with the state, and you're compliant, which you have to be in order to get your permit, in order to operate an underground storage tank system, and there's a release, it automatically becomes the responsibility of the state to remediate that location, regardless of whether or not there's an owner. It still stays as the owner's responsibility, but the fund is what automatically comes into effect to pay for all the cleanup. And the state is what manages that remediation. The applicant has to hire the engineers, and the state has to approve their remediation plan, and they approve every payment for that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just wondering if because this town has a Superfund site that dates back to, I guess, late 80s, it's an ongoing monitoring situation, and this has got to be probably in the billions by now of money that's been spent to that one site, and I was wondering, there's a lot of discussion about who gets stuck with the bill when you have to remove millions of yards of soil.
I could say in recent history, last 25 years, the cost of individual UST system failures hasn't exceeded $2.5 million for any individual site. So petroleum cleanup is something that can occur pretty cost effectively because it's a hydrocarbon. I think there was testimony earlier about how much of it biodegrades naturally, and then remediation systems, because it separates from groundwater and other constituents, it's easier to remediate than many other types of Superfund sites and things to that effect. Superfund sites are typically not petroleum-related sites.
So just to add to that, the cost of this, that's one good thing about having a stormwater system with the containment, the floatable containments in it. It makes it more affordable to remove the oil, because you're not getting into the ground. It's not going, you're in a contained system, whether it's going to the catch basins where you're just vacuuming it out, the oil hydrodynamic separator, which you're vacuuming it out again, oil water tank, vacuum. Now, if it gets to the bioretention area, that is a lined system. It has a 30 mil PVC liner across all of the sediment forebay and the bioretention area. So if there's a larger spill than ever has occurred and it gets to that bioretention area, all they have to do is dig up the soil that's within that liner and remove it. It's not like that contamination is spreading around. It's contained in that basin. So you're able to scoop that up, remove it, and replace it. So it makes it a lot more cost effective doing it this way in case there is a spill as well.
Okay. Did anybody else have any questions about either Dennis's or any other?
Sorry, just on Dennis's comments, it's unclear to me whether that last part that you were sort of referencing for him about the human error piece, whether he is, holding to that piece, or his comments in his follow-up letter is to just that the other issues had been addressed, but I'm unclear if he's saying whether that was addressed as well in his mind. And obviously, he's not here to comment on that.
He has no further comments in his comment letter. So his letter that was addressed yesterday has no further comments. And like I said, I even, to that last paragraph, I did respond to that last paragraph as well as regarding to the actions. And so that his response to my response includes that section as well.
Mm-hmm.
All right, any other questions?
The only other question I have, just in terms of Dana being here, is just we had a hydrologic study, but we did not have a hydrogeologic study, and whether that is, I don't know whether that's something that would make a difference, or if that's something that we should be considering in our
No,
questions.
and the reason we did that is because the hydrogeologic survey was recommended and that was for the aquifer protection. And that was something that, if it was felt it was needed, we could require that in the planning process. But that would be taking a look at the groundwater effect, the aquifer protection areas. And again, this was specifically addressed as runoff and not aquifer protection issues, because as Attorney Bouchard's pointed out a number of times, we are not here to rehear the aquifer protection ordinance decision. So, yeah.
And either the attorney or Ms. Foley maybe can comment on this. Is it fair to say that in a catastrophic episode, whatever that might be, that the whole idea of being an LLC is to limit your liability so that the state would be the sole person or item, entity involved with dealing with that catastrophic result, and that the person who's in the LLC could either file for a bankruptcy or what have you, but potentially it's not like Saint Gobain or something where you're gonna, there's deep pockets and that kind of thing. Is that, anybody want to comment on that? Okay.
So, I mean, an LLC does provide liability shields to the individual members and managers of the LLC under most circumstances, but not all. If an LLC is undercapitalized, if it fails to maintain requisite assurances, for example, if it is really just a fiction, then the LLC can be pierced and the owners of the LLC, for example, same thing with a corporation, can be held personally reliable. There's other instances where you can pierce the corporate veil as well. I would think that severe mismanagement, like the one you are talking about, would qualify as well. But that wouldn't put the entire onus on the state, right? The LLC still has assets, okay? And
which would be the station itself. That
which would be the station itself, or if it's an LLC owning multiple assets, okay? All of those assets would be available if there were a lawsuit in that matter, unless and on top of that, you're required to maintain insurances, okay? I think Tom just recently gave the per incident and per occurrence insurance that you're required to have. So that is another asset that is available on top of the LLC's assets. In the event of a bankruptcy, if you file Chapter 11, for example, well, the bankruptcy trustee is going to make sure that the business is going to continue, if it is going to keep running, it is going to ensure that all its obligations are being met to safely operate that business. If you file Chapter 7, well, then the business isn't operating anymore. Does that answer your? Yeah. Okay.
So, can you, as far as, I don't think it's my job to try to explain it. The assets of the LLC are still there.
The answer is it depends. It depends upon how capitalized the LLC is and what their other assets are, and whether each gas station is its own LLC, and who the principals are in the LLC. I mean, there's a lot of variables.
Well, I don't want to give the typical attorney "it depends" answer, but if you're asking if the individual members of the LLC can be personally responsible for a catastrophic event, then the corporate veil would have to be pierced. And there's certainly statutes that allow for that as well. The FLSA is one of them, right? If you own a business and you don't pay your employees, you can be sued. That's veil piercing. There could be one associated with catastrophic events for gas stations. I simply don't know.
And it would be an issue of negligence and all that type of stuff, and
it would be disregarding the corporate form, really. I think it's the best way to describe it.
It would require culpability on the part of the thing. It wouldn't just be an accident, like the delivery truck drove off.
Well, certainly, if Tom's the one doing the fueling or fueling a tank, and that results in an accident, and he's the person actually doing that, then he's the one personally responsible. I mean, that's the other part of this equation too.
Tom won't be delivering the gas, that's my guess.
I guess my next question is, how will you feel about proceeding right now, is whether we should go through the 5 criteria and we do have the opportunity to get assistance, for example, from Dana. We can't open the floor back up to comments, but if we go into deliberation and we decide that we want to create a condition for approval, we can get assistance with that from a technical extent, or we can just write one on our own. If you want to go through the criteria and find out if all 5 are going to pass before we start working on conditions, we can do that. So how do you want to proceed here?
So our deliberation, when we go through these, we could look and see if there's anything else we want more information on at that time. It wouldn't be during public comment time, is what you're saying.
Yeah, this is why I was hoping to get any questions you had before we start going through the deliberation process, because it's my understanding from these training sessions that we've been to that once we start deliberating, we don't open the adoptive comments. It seems illogical because that's exactly when you need.
I guess the question. You want board comments, or you make a motion and then discuss the motion and make a decision.
No, we want board.
No, that's what I'm asking. I think we've got 2 things before board comments.
Okay.
And then we've got a motion to vote on, I assume.
Well,
so which way do we want to do it?
Well, we have the criteria. Actually, there's 4 criteria pretty much. Yeah, and so we should go through those, and we can do board comments on each. Yeah, we should be discussion on those, and then if we don't have any other questions, we can vote on each one of those criteria. and
Well, could we also put it together once we have it? I mean, we've already had comments, we may say, I mean, who knows what we might say, but we wouldn't necessarily have to vote on this one, this one, this one, this one. It's kind of like, you know, like the slate, you know? I don't know.
Yeah,
Honestly, I don't know.
Yeah.
right. This is the point where we go through it and we come up with the findings of fact. And so, yeah. So, still trying to find that. Oh, I know, there was one thing. We did distribute, before we got started with all this more than a month ago, the Rockham Planning Commission's list of suggestions. And I know that everybody here got that. And yeah, oh, here it is. Okay. So I highlighted they talk a bit because there's experts down there on traffic, so that we got this after we'd already requested a traffic study, but their Rockham Planning Commission's recommendation. Now this was sent to both the planning board and the ZBA because we both, each board declared the determination of regional impact. So the recommendations, condition site approval on the installation of the proposed signal at 125 and 107. That's already been taken care of since that's part of their proposal. So the states already required that. So that's, we don't even need to put that in as a condition since it's already required. They also talk about the emissions of such as light, noise, smoke, and odors and particles. This is one of the things we're going to be talking about. They recommended the measures put in place to limit truck idling. They say electrification, time restrictions, et cetera, and potentially limiting hours of operation. So that's one of those things that would be, obviously the planning board's got this too, but there needs to be some kind of assurance, because this has come up before where people talk about not wanting a truck stop, you know, a place where trucks park and leave their engines running overnight and sleep in the cabs and whatever. It looks from the plans like there isn't room enough to do that, but I think there would have to be some time limitation.
It's interesting you bring that up, because I found it extremely interesting. If you read 109.
Oh, yeah.
If you read 109.5, I found this very interesting. These are permitted uses. Material distribution plant, truck terminal. Do we really want a truck terminal down there? Because that's a permitted use. And not only that, but if you read the second one, accessory use, customary to the incident above. What's an accessory use? I think we would be hard pressed to say you couldn't have a fuel dispenser system in a truck terminal. I think you could argue that you wouldn't have a repair place there, but I would say an accessory use in a truck terminal would certainly be a fuel dispenser system. And I doubt very much that would meet the criteria that Summit has already said what they're going to put in. But I mean, the way I interpret it, and maybe I'm wrong, I'd be happy to say, please, somebody tell me I'm wrong. But it says permitted use, the following are permitted. And it's C, material distribution plant, comma, truck terminal. D, accessory use, customarily incident to the above. I mean, I think you could argue very well that a fuel distribution system at a truck terminal is an accessory.
Yes, however, the
warehouse
project, which is the biggest truck terminal.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I mean,
remove their gas station request.
I mean, it's. I mean, I don't want 18-wheelers running all night in a truck terminal.
Excuse me, I don't think we're talking about a truck terminal here tonight.
No, what I'm saying is,
let's stick to the point here. And
that's my point exactly. We say no, I'm not saying we're gonna say no, I don't know, but if a permitted use is a truck terminal, but a gas station is not, but yet the truck terminal does the same thing as the gas station minus the stores and things, are we shooting ourselves in the foot here? Are we gonna end up with something worse? Well, I don't know, I don't know, please, talk to me about it.
I need to.
Do you see where I'm coming from, first of all?
Yeah, no, I think that the question here is,
I don't know, Rick.
Is mitigating noise and,
Yeah.
and the fact is that this is adjacent to a residential.
But it's a permitted use.
I understand that, but
Yeah.
it doesn't mean that in the planning process, restrictions can't be put in on.
No, I get all that. I just found, I find this whole process interesting, and I found that exceptionally interesting.
Right.
You know, it's like we could end up worse than we started.
So perhaps that's one of the things that we can discuss when we get to that part. I'm just going to read their recommendations.
Well, that's why I brought it up, because RPC brought up the trucks running.
Right, yeah, so I think when we get to that, that may be something we want to address. To mitigate potential groundwater contamination, and then they suggest a hydrogeologic study and all that stuff, so we already talked about that. And spill prevention, control, and countermeasure plans, and New Hampshire's best management practices, and that's what we've been going over. Source water protection area for surface water, and that is not groundwater, as defined by the New Hampshire DES Administrative Rules, Environmental DW 902. We talk about MS4 stormwater permits, and I think this would all be, the MS4 issues and stuff would all be part of the planning board process because they're to mitigate any potential surface water pollution, recommended that any proposal be required to follow stormwater regulations required under Kingston's MS4 permit. And the Kingston implement the conditions of their wetland ordinance. So, those are the recommendations from RPC. And so when we go through,
yeah, I'm not sure if you mentioned that they do recommend a hydrogeologic, I can't say
they
the word.
did a hydrogeologic survey, that was one I stumbled over too, yeah.
Right, yeah, and so they are recommending that as a part of the, it says planning board, but
it was recommended, and in the, it was one of the things that included as a potential mitigating
potential
requirement, but the ZBA at the time did not require it.
Right.
And so the planning board certainly can, and has received this recommendation. So, but that is specific to the aquifer protection zone. So,
so maybe, Mr. Chairman, we could just reiterate, how is it that we're distinguishing between those two? Because I think this is a point of contention for a lot of the public and in town, right? How are we distinguishing that we wouldn't require, as a ZBA, that study before approving this or not approving it?
well, I think that under the criteria that we have in front of us, one was about release of toxic materials, and to get into the private or public areas. It certainly is a possibility that we could decide that we would put a condition of approval if we do that, that the hydrogeologic survey is going to be required. And that's something the applicant does, and it's reviewed by the consultant. and recommendations be made. But I guess when we get to that point, it can certainly be brought up and voted on. I think that it's not out of the, it's, since it applies to the hazards list that we have, we could require it under there, but it's not something we had them conduct, because that would have been something that they should perhaps, but didn't in the October 21. In fact, the applicant volunteered to have that done when they appeared before the ZBA in October 21. I think recall that and it's in the minutes from that meeting, October meeting. So it's not like they're going to refuse that.
I'm not suggesting that they did refuse that, and I have read the minutes. I'm just concerned about that, and I'm not sure we're articulating it clearly enough. We're sort of, again, the concern is that we're sort of passing the buck on to the planning board. And so I'm just trying to hold us accountable in this process to be able to explain ourselves.
So I think if it's something that you feel that if we decide to pass this with conditions, that it could be moved by any member of the board, that be one of the conditions of approval and be voted on.
So if that was a condition, that would be, the plan would be submitted to the planning board. I mean, I believe the planning board normally does that anyway, so rather than have it go to us, you know, that the hydrological study would be completed and submitted to the planning board, right? I don't know if we want to come back here.
No, we wouldn't.
So all of the conditions would go to the planning board.
Require the study and the review of that, but it would be evaluated by at the planning level.
Okay.
All these conditions, some of them are conditions precedent, some of them would be conditions that would be placed on it, like the management plan or whatever, conditions that would be have to be met. Some of them prior to getting an occupancy permit or whatever, but if the planning board didn't reiterate them in their conditions of approval, then they would still be conditions of approval, and they would have to be before the
one of my
signed off on it.
One of my concerns is that I'm not an expert on traffic, but the planning board is. I mean, they do this all the time, you know, so that I don't necessarily want the applicant come back to us, but I have no problem putting restrictions and saying to be submitted to planning board for their approval. You know what I mean? Rather than have more hearings here with Summit about what do I know about traffic.
No, these would have to be something that they could meet without coming back to us.
Right. Okay. That's my main concern.
It would still go to probably Glen Greenwood or whatever. It would be reviewed, and I would review any conditions that we had put on. And the planning board, Glenn would review any conditions that the planning board put on, and then the building inspector.
Oh, building inspector, you know, fire marshal, Department of Transportation, all those.
All the permits and stuff required. You know, the final occupancy permit would be issued after the conditions were met.
Well, technically, we could require it before as part of this process, before.
Yeah, if it was something that we felt, a good example, one of the things that is a very likely condition of approval would be that all the changes, like the addition of the additional materials in filtration systems, the GAC, all these things that came back in the response letters could be put in as conditions of approval, so that when they bring the revised plans to the planning board, they would have they would have met those.
See, what I don't want to happen is we put a condition on, let's just say transportation, and then the Department of Transportation says, oh, we can't do that. While the ZBA is requiring it, the only way you can get the absolution is go back to ZBA. I mean, that's, you know,
Yeah, I think.
you see what I'm saying? So I think we have to be careful about whatever conditions we put on, if any, that it be sent to the planning board.
Transportation's a good example because that's why we asked for peer review.
Right.
Because nobody can.
But I think you see my point, I hope.
Read those traffic studies unless they're an expert in it. But yes, you know, traffic light is going to be required, and that slows down traffic. All businesses are going to have some traffic impact. The question is if it's a business that would cause undue impact. So, but we'll discuss that when we talk about.
Yeah, no, I have no problem.
I do have a quick question.
Yeah.
Just want to get back to Mr. Tilton's comment about if we have a discussion and say we'd like to move forward with the hydrogeological study because it was recommended by the RPC. If that could have bearing on one of these criteria, why would we make it a condition of approval and then pass it on to the planning board? Why wouldn't we rehear that testimony before making our final decision if it could have great bearing on one of these criteria?
That's the planning board's job.
It is in this case. My one concern with the hydrogeographical, well, that particular example relates to the previously approved aquifer protection. And so.
The hazardous stuff here on the criteria.
Yeah, I know, it's, this is,
Tricky one.
It's a tricky one, and that's why I want to kind of steer clear of that, because the reasons, if Dan looked at the hydrogeological report and said that it would cause severe harm to the protection, the aquifer, then
as it relates to the residential neighbors, you know, like not necessarily as the aquifer as a whole, but taking into consideration that we are also talking about the abutters.
That's why we're talking about the surface runoff and the near stuff. So I just think it's opening up a can of worms that is better left unopened, because we know it's going to get done in the planning process if this is moved forward, and we can require that the survey be conducted, but that it be analyzed, and if we're going to make it a conditional of approval that be done, it's got to go to the planning board for review. Yeah, so Dan, please help us out in this.
I can't really help you out with the legal part of this, but
no.
If you look at the Act Protection District requirements, and you know, I know that there's the whole conundrum about it's already been, you know, there's already a waiver for it. A hydrogeologic study is triggered by a few uses, not necessarily all uses. So the way the aquifer protection reads now, it's for development proposals within the aquifer protection district, a hydrogeologic study shall be required for the following: subdivision of 10 lots or greater, any septic system or series of septic systems designed for 2,400 gallons per day or greater containing one lot. I'm not sure that you meet that. And then for residential subdivision of 10 lots or less, the planning board shall determine on a case-by-case basis the need for a hydrogeologic study. And then it goes into what's to be included. So I would suggest, if you want a hydrogeologic study done, that it would be something you might want to include in the conditions that it be done at the planning board level, because there isn't, the planning board has probably the authority to ask for it anyway, but
They do,
I'm just
yeah.
suggesting that it might be something that you want a conditional approval or a condition for, because it's not explicitly required.
Right, no, I understand that it's not required, and
Okay.
that's why, and those same criteria are the ones that were determined at the October 21
Right.
ZBA meeting, that was why it wasn't required, then. And
Okay. All right, well, I wasn't.
I tried to point out that the time that there are other, it's not, the septic systems aren't the only reason for a hydrogeologic
Right,
study.
right. Okay, well, I
Okay.
just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Let's, those are RPC comments, right? We finished those. So, what's that? Public comment is closed. We did close public comment, and then we said we can move to deliberation, yeah. Yeah. But this is a professional. It's like having a town engineer. Normally sits at the table.
No, I know it's your engineer, I have no problem with that, I was just confirming for the record that I didn't have it in my notes.
Oh, sorry, yeah, public comment. 9:10, thank you. Over a while ago, yeah. I know it's in here. Oh, okay, I highlighted it. All right, the board shall deny requests for special exceptions that do not meet the standards of this section. Special exceptions shall meet the following standards. So this is our deliberation on.
Where are you, Peter?
We're on 109.7, special exceptions, which is what we're here for.
So, can I just interject before you start down that? I just want to also ask about the other expert testimony that was asked for that we didn't ask for, and if we should address that prior to moving into. I don't know if we're still, I'm not quite sure what phase we're in here.
Oh,
that you're moving to.
but what's the question?
So the specific question was, we did not address the municipal services, that was stated. So I think we should discuss that, and I'm not sure whether we're doing that at this point, if we go through that, but I want to acknowledge that because that's a concern, right?
It is.
And we did not seek expert testimony on that.
No, we didn't.
I'm sorry, I was looking for paperwork. We didn't expert on what?
Police and fire, municipal services.
Yeah.
Well, aren't we, as we go through each one of these, going to be having some discussion on each one through 4? And then somebody's going to make a motion, one way or the other.
Yeah, and that would be the time to bring it up if we don't have the information. So the first one is no detriment to property values in the vicinity or change in the essential characteristics of any area, including residential neighborhoods or business and industrial districts, on account of the location or scale of buildings and other structures, parking area, access ways, odor, smoke, gas, dust, or other pollutant, noise, glare, heat, vibration, or unsightly outdoor storage of equipment, vehicles, or other materials. That's quite a list. This being, it is a commercial district, and so the question is the location or scale of buildings and other structures. So let's deal with that one first. Location, it's not really near anything. I know the comments that were submitted in response to that were that it's in a commercial zone with Mark's Auto, or the auto repair place to the northwest of it.
May I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
That perhaps you could ask any member if they have any comments on any of those.
Okay.
Over each one,
It's gonna take forever.
Maybe I don't have comments on any of them, maybe I have a comment on one or two of them.
All right, so,
You see, it's just to kind of speed things along.
yeah, why don't we do it that way then? As, anybody want to address any of those particular areas? Essential characteristic of the,
I think there is a detriment to the residential property that's about, a couple of football fields away. In terms of the scale of the building, the odor, the noise, glare, I mean, it's going to certainly have an impact on the fellow that lives at, I mean, 2 football fields isn't very far away, and the residential person that's there is going to suffer because of that.
right, but suffer more than a permitted use, for example, like a truck terminal, as Peter pointed out. The question is we're comparing it, is there something about this use, the gas station?
Yes.
Not the other ones. And bearing in mind that there is a lighting ordinance, we're having trouble enforcing it right now across the street from this project. But there is a lighting ordinance, and the lighting plan would have to be approved by the planning board. There is a noise ordinance also. So I think you have to, as was pointed out towards the beginning of this meeting, is you're analyzing this. Is there something about the gas station, either there's size or design, or, you know, is it exhausting fumes? You know, is there no vapor recovery system or whatever? Is something about the gas station, as opposed to any other permitted use, that would affect that?
Yes, I think that there is in terms of noise. Certainly odor, smoke, dust, glare are all things that are going to impact in a negative way the fellow that's only about, I think they said about 2 football fields away from this place, and that's pretty close in terms of that. So I think that it does is detrimental. Now, when they say in their analysis that it's our professional opinion that there will be no detriment to the property values. At the same time, having been involved with real estate as a lawyer for over 50 years and actually having represented the Alessios when they built the plaza where the post office is, right across the street from this. And at this point, loaning money to builders to build houses and rehab houses is what I do. I have some sense of that, and so I can tell you that I just think there is a detriment to the property. That's my feeling.
Okay, yeah, I would eliminate dust from that, since you're taking an area that's right now is a field and you're paving most of it. I don't think dust is an issue. Smoke? You're talking about diesel exhaust?
Yes, Art. People are going to be, you know, pulling out of there, accelerating out of there, and that type of thing.
Yeah, there's also, the stoplight's going to do a lot for that. That's, I'm just trying to think.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
while you think, some of you know where I live, Lantern Lane. I'm about 2 football fields off 125. And I will bet you even money that Route 125, with those motorcycles, is going to be a lot longer than this gas station. I mean, it is Sunday morning, it's unbelievable. So I understand, I see your point, no problem with it. But I think if you're excluding other noise generators, this is going to be pale in comparison to 125. So I don't think it's gonna increase any noise, compared to 125.
Yeah, I think the traffic light is gonna cause a lot of acceleration type noises you're talking about. I'm trying to think of other businesses, that would have delivery trucks or, warehouse or whatever, lots of trucks. And, I lived adjacent to several commercial properties and that's one of the hazards of living on a zone border, is that you do have that, there's a 50-foot buffer requirement, and that's all you get. And it's got to be on the commercial side. So.
I hear you, and having lived in 6 different homes in Kingston, I have lived in a variety of different areas, so I'm just using my own experience, my own expertise here.
I guess my question would be how different a property value would change with a gas station being next door versus one of these other uses in someone's eyes that was going into purchase.
That's the question we have to ask, and well,
if you look at the surrounding properties, you've got a Carriagetown Plaza across the street. You've got the, I'm going to call the business, I forget who owned it. Then you've got the storage facility. Then you've got Clearwater. Then you got Mark's Auto Garage. I'm talking to the left. Then you've got Magnuson's Farm, which is the gas, which is the material that you put on your car, the sand and loam and stuff. And then you've got the landfill. And there's nothing, if you look at it from there to the right, to the other side of 125, of Main Street somewhere. So I mean, if you look at the responses from Summit, the nearest house through the woods is over a quarter of a mile.
Are they a direct abutter?
to,
That residential house, is that a direct abutter?
it's a direct abutter to one of the 2 lots. They're both, well, it's 1 lot right now, but they are direct abutter to what is now a single lot. But I think Rick's point is, and quite frankly, we're not sure what would go into the other lot. Originally, the plan for Kingston Crossing was to have sort of a little mini mall of businesses there, but I don't know what Quick Stop has planned for that. So, and that would be part of a site plan review for that second location, so they are not a direct abutter to the proposed lot that this is going to be on. So, no. And I think we can rule out slightly outdoor storage of equipment, vehicles, and other materials. That's not even allowed. As I said, we've got to rely on the fact that we have noise ordinances and light ordinances. And yes, anytime what was a field becomes commercial use, it's going to have an impact on property values. And when this zone was created, that's when the impact was to the people who lived in an adjacent
I think their own expert says, due to its distance from any residential lots, it's our professional opinion. And I happen to disagree with that. I think 2 football fields is close enough so that it does impact it.
Okay. So,
I guess, does this impact it more greatly for property values compared to these other
Right.
other institutions that could go in just because it is a gas station, and how someone might portray that trying to purchase the house in the future versus saying, oh, I'm next to a bank or I'm next to a recreational facility.
If you look at the response from Summit, closest residential is 1,300, so it's more than 2 football fields. It's like 3 minimum. No, 4. No. Football field is 100 yards, so it's 13 feet. It's 300
Football
feet.
field, last time I checked on the NFL, is 360 feet.
300 feet.
With end zones.
But this is 1,300, so 3 into 13 is 4.
It says it's approximately 700 feet in their expert's report.
Oh, I don't know. I'm reading from Mr. Montanaro, number 1, the second closest residential, R3441.
I'm looking at the letter
I'm only
dated
going about what this says. I don't know.
April 19th, 2023, and the first paragraph under number 1, that's what it says.
Yeah. Again, I'm taking this is June 1, 23, I don't know. Draft minutes, I believe he testified to this, so I don't know.
well, look at the map. This big shaded area is the area that is going to be subdivided out. The residential area is right in this area lot, so that it's really good. The impact is going to be, this is commercial, what goes in on that second lot is going to have the biggest impact on the resident use there. So 300
inches, 120.
Look, I don't want to belabor it, and it's not rocket science. I just think that this fellow's house, if say it's worth $300,000 today, after that's up, I don't think it's going to be worth $300,000. I think it's going to be worth something less. So that's my point. So if you disagree, that's fine, and we can move on.
No, I agree that any commercial development is going to have an impact. The question we have to decide is, for this special exception, is this going to have a more detrimental impact than a permitted use? So if that turned out into I don't know, big thing now is storage areas, but one of these other commercial uses.
With cars going in and out like a grocery store, I mean, that's very similar,
A grocery store would be.
Is it permitted
similar in
use?
terms of it's lengthy hours of operation and a lot of vehicular traffic.
Yeah, very similar.
Yeah. All right, we need to keep going because we can't drag this out forever. So I guess I'm gonna ask if we can get a finding of fact and reach a consensus of whether we feel this impact a gas station would have greater impact on the property values than another permitted use. And your feeling is that it would, right?
My feeling is that the applicant has to prove that there'd be no detriment to the property value next to it, and they haven't proved that. So they have failed to do that. Simple as that.
Okay, so, so this project would have no detriment, so.
Could I ask what you would want in proof? Because I'm reading their response, and what would you be looking for?
Well, it's a professional realtor, for example.
Oh, okay, all right. No, I have no problem with that. I'm just reading their responses.
Yeah.
You know. Actually, I was asking Rick.
And there's no expert testimony, even though with the experts you can disregard or take whatever the experts say based upon your own knowledge, based upon our knowledge relative to this, that the engineers here, GPI says, in our professional opinion, there will be no detriment to property values due to its distance from any residential lots, and I believe there will be. So that's...
You think they might have a vested interest to say that? Yeah.
All right, so you ready to vote on whether this is necessary? I got too much stuff. Okay, there you go. So the question is, the following standards. There would be no detriment to property values in the vicinity or change in the essential characteristic of the area.
Any area.
Of any area, including residential neighborhoods or business and industrial districts, on account of the location, scale of buildings and other structures, parking area, access ways, odor, smoke, gas, dust, or other pollutant, noise, glare, heat, vibration, or unsightly outdoor storage of equipment, vehicles, or other materials. So that's the list. They're not saying there wouldn't be a detriment to property values, but it's due to any of those reasons.
Right.
So you're saying there would be a detriment to property values, which I'm not contesting for the residential neighborhood, but for which reasons? Which reasons would you cite? Location or scale of buildings? Location, do you think it's too close? Even though there's
I think 2 football fields is very... 2 football fields is not very far away. Yeah, it's close.
Okay, so
scale of the buildings and other structures, parking area, odor, smoke, meaning diesel fuel, noise, glare.
okay, I think we can eliminate unsightly outdoor storage equipment. But
why don't you vote on it, Peter?
Yeah, all right. All those who feel there would be a detriment to property values due to the reasons listed.
Wait a minute, I'm sorry, but shouldn't that be those of us who believe there is no detriment?
Okay, well, you can.
Well, I'm just using the wording of this, that's all.
Yeah, okay, so, all right, well, we're this way. If you believe there's no detriment to property values due to the reasons listed, I'm not going to read them again. Say aye.
Wait a minute, what are you asking?
Okay, so there's no, if you believe that there's no detriment to the property values, so that this standard should be passed due to those reasons, say aye.
Aye.
That's two. And if you believe that there would be a detriment to property values for the reasons stated, say no, say aye. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, so.
Wait a minute, how many, I'm sorry.
All right.
How many, yeah, I'm confused.
Okay.
How many ayes were there?
So, no, let's do this, we said, how many people think that there would be a detriment, no detriment to property values for those reasons?
You want to raise hands?
And raise your hands.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna,
Who's a voting member tonight?
oh, that's right. That's right. We have all 5 regular members are voting. So Kyle, you're not voting. Yeah, sorry, I should have mentioned that because we determined there's no recusal still. So yeah, I'm gonna say that I don't think that due to those reasons there's a detriment to the property values. I think that's far enough away. So, and if you and if you believe there, so presumably if you there is a detriment, say aye. Okay, so you raise your hand. Yeah. So that fails.
By what vote, please?
2 to 3.
Okay. All right. So the 2 ayes were you and me.
Yeah.
And then the 3 no's. Okay.
I think all those things can be controlled.
Okay. No, that's fine. I'm just.
And number 2, no creation of a traffic safety hazard or substantial increase in traffic congestion in the vicinity. Okay, this is where we talk about the traffic reports that we got would indicate that signalization would be a safety improvement because it's reduction in speed. The number of accidents at what used to be the jug handle is still, according to the RPC report, is still a failing intersection at this point. The question is whether it would be a substantial increase in the level of traffic congestion in the vicinity. So you have the traffic studies, the responses, and the conclusions of the traffic study are that the safety would be improved and there would be some slowage because of the way the lights work. Bearing in mind that the lights that are going in and the mitigation factors that are going in are the primary responsibility of the 266 approved warehouse project, and that the difference between that and this going in would be the turn lanes. So that when southbound, there'd be a left turn lane to cross. So there'd be.
We're talking about this. We're
This
talking
project.
about Marshall Road and 125.
Marshall Road and 125, and the signal would go in regardless of whether the 266 warehouse goes in or not. But it would have 2 left turn lanes to cross traffic, so there would be an additional time on the light. So the traffic study that was done and revised, whatever is valid. I think that that they did, other than the fact that it's going to slow things down a little bit, it'll improve the safety, but slow things down. I don't think that there's anything that we would say that is. I mean, this is a state issue, quite frankly, and I don't think there's anything in that traffic study that would say that it would cause substantial increase in congestion.
No.
Does anybody feel that way? That this would cause a substantial increase in congestion?
Traffic lights
Not the traffic light, but the, because that's going in anyway, but the, but having this business there.
Why would there be an increase?
You'll cause a substantial increase? Okay, so, number one.
But that wouldn't increase the traffic.
Well, the study says so, but it's also expected, so.
The traffic's gonna be the same, they're just gonna pull in, pull out.
So, let's see. So traffic, I've got to write these things down. So safety hazard, no, but substantial increase in trouble of traffic. A lot of traffic congestion. So do you believe that there's going to be an increase in, substantial increase in the level of traffic congestion in the vicinity? Say aye if you believe that. Okay, 1. Okay, if you do not believe that there won't be a substantial increase in level of traffic congestion, just raise your hand. Okay, so that's 4-1. No increase. And I'll take the vote on safety too. If you agree that there would be no creation of a safety hazard, raise your hand. No increase in the safety hazard. What? Yeah, I'm voting.
No, you can't vote twice on one issue.
No, on the criterion. No, I just wanted to establish the safety, finding of fact that there would be no safety hazard. Can we?
No, you can't vote two things on one item.
We're not doing an official vote right now, we're just, he
We're-
wants to
we're-
gather fact on how.
No, I understand, but you.
No increase in, no substantial increase in traffic congestion. And as a finding of fact, does anybody have a problem with saying that there's no creation of a safety hazard?
No, in fact, it'll do the opposite, because it's gonna have traffic lights there.
So
I guess in my opinion, it depends on how many curb cuts they put in. They currently have in plans 2, only one of them's been approved by DOT, that right turn in, right turn out. I think that's where there could be
Yeah, but
potential.
DOT isn't gonna allow isn't gonna.
Well, that's.
Isn't gonna allow a traffic safety hazard.
That's not the plan that's before us. So,
no, but it's reality.
right, what I'm saying is that we can only vote on the plan that's in front of us.
Well, it is in their plan, it's just not completely approved.
It's not approved, yeah, so. Safety hazard, so, all right, number 3. No excess in demand on municipal services, including, not limited to water, sewer, waste disposal. Okay, those 3, Darlene. Not going to count. Police, fire protection, and schools. And I think we can establish that the schools, waste disposal, sewer, and water are not affected. The question is police and fire protection. And we should have a discussion about whether we feel we have sufficient information to make that determination.
I don't think we do. Before we even came in tonight, I had a note about the fact that we haven't actually talked to any of the police or fire municipalities to discuss what they have for data or their feeling on how they respond to things like this. So I think it's definitely something we should talk about.
Right, because the fire had a big impact on 266. They wanted stuff that they didn't get, but they probably have opinions that we really need to take into account around this.
Well, I think the operative word, no excess. Now, we now have a 24-hour fire department. 2 years ago, we had strictly volunteers, right? And they were only working days. But the question is excess. If I build a house and I've got 3 kids in there, there's gonna be demand on, forget the schools, okay? There's gonna be demand on the fire department and the ambulance. I live in Lamplighter Lane, right? There's 56 units there of over 62, right? I mean, no matter what you build in Kingston, you're gonna have a demand on services. But as a former police officer, let me tell you, it's not the demand, it's what goes uncalled, or what services are not given because it's built. I don't see any services, you know, one of the public people said, you know, did you talk to the fire or police? Well, if there's no decrease in services because we've got 24-hour coverage, then, you know, that's what matters, all right?
Totally, except we don't have a big fire department that's full-time. He's working, Chief.
Well, we've also got mutual
working,
aid.
Right, yeah, so,
And
and
it's got
if
fire
they're over
suppression
here, they're not
systems.
over there, right?
Yeah.
So I think it is fair to ask that question. Again, I don't, you know, it's a reasonable question, right? Because it is.
Oh, it's a reasonable
gonna be
question,
problem,
absolutely.
Yeah, so that's all I'm curious about, and whether, again, it's raised. I think we have some due diligence to do around this. We haven't asked the question of our experts in town, and we have 2 of them in these matters, so.
Yeah, and it's a valid argument. I would cite as an example, All-American Assisted Living, which went through the planning process. And according to the fire department, they have created an excess demand because of their policies and whatever else. It'd be worth finding out.
But there's a big difference between a residential elderly and a gas station. Yes, you would have increased demand.
But
there.
in terms of I hate to say that we should have thought of this a month ago, but we should have brought it up as one of the things we should have requested input from.
Maybe the applicant probably should have thought of, I don't know about us, applicants, that's part of the proof of the things that they have
the applicant
approved.
says here.
Yeah.
Number 3.
Applicant addresses it, but it just sort of says the sprinkler system, and again, we've already addressed the well and the septic system, so, but really not addressing the police part. And again, it's probably not the same at All-American, that it's going to be services that are needed over at the gas station, but.
Right, so I think the fire protection thing is, we don't have any report of how many calls are made to a similar facility by the fire department, but I think based on, you know, just personal information, that because of the fire suppression systems that are in place and everything else, that wouldn't be an excess demand on the fire department. I don't think any of these places just because they're a gas station, creates an excess demand. They're not constantly responding to you know, vehicle fires or runaway hoses or whatever. It's really the police. We've heard testimony that that there are a lot of calls to a similar facility. It would be, we should find out why. And I hate to move this. Well, it's one of those things we can ask the applicant if, you know, if they can't provide the information, we didn't ask for it. It's one of those requests, but I think we can go through the rest of these, but.
I mean, I have no problem saying the answers to the applicant we don't agree with, but I have a problem now saying, well, gee, we're gonna continue I mean, we've got the sword of Damocles in a sense over the applicant.
Right.
You know, but, I mean, the applicant answered, if you feel that you want to answer them.
Well, actually.
That's one thing, but to now say, let's continue it to get the fire department and police department.
Well, the only thing we do have is what we heard testimony based on the number of calls to, and obviously it's to the Shell station and Mr. Mike's. Those are the two stations that we have that there's been real problems with, and we have numbers that were given to us. We have no reason to disbelieve any more than we have reason to disbelieve anything else anybody else has said.
I agree.
mean, they're all believable.
See, to me, the operative word is excess. Will there be an excess, meaning it'll be maybe not significant, but enough so that it takes away from the other calls? You know, will calls go either prolonged before you respond or no call at all? And I don't think that will happen, all right, for any number of reasons. I don't go into them. It's already almost 11.
Yeah.
That's my feeling.
I'm going to point out something right now. That since all four of these criteria have to pass, and we've already said the very first one didn't pass.
That doesn't mean we can't still send it to the planning board.
No, this is, the board shall deny requests for special exceptions that do not meet the standards of the section. And the first standard we had was detrimental property. Well, the fifth one is notification of the hearing provided to the planning board. So that's not a criteria. It's just, that was already done. It's already been met. So the question is, do we want, do we go through this and find out what the board is feeling about each one of these four criteria, and then we can
I mean,
provide
we're almost done at this point. Why don't we go over number 4 and see what discussion we want to have on it? And
right, and then go to, the option would be then to give, there's two options. One is it's either denial because it fails to meet the criteria, or two, that we give the applicant an opportunity to get professional report on the property values and anything else. We go through these criteria.
That's my question. Speculative shall meet the following standards. Does that mean all the following standards?
That's how it works.
Then in that case, haven't we already knocked it out of the box? Because we denied number 1.
Well, that's just something we can vote on whether we have insufficient information.
We didn't say we didn't have insufficient information. We voted that it would have detrimental to the property.
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
Okay, I still think we probably should go through these other ones.
I think we should probably go through 4 and 5 so that if we do end up coming back, let's not have to go over them again. But, and I don't know, this is a question I wish the lawyer was here, because special exception meets the following standards. I think you could argue that the following standards means all of them. Would anybody agree, disagree with that? I don't know.
Yeah, it does mean, it means it has to meet all these standards. So
we already said it doesn't mean number 1.
Okay, so why don't we, on number 3, we have insufficient information, right? Is that?
No, we don't have insufficient information. I mean, it's up to the applicant to prove their case. It's not up to us to prove the case for the applicant. And if we're sitting here as essentially trying to, somewhat as quasi-tries of fact here as far as what is done and isn't done, the opportunity's been out there for months for everybody to put their best foot forward. So if everybody's put their best foot forward, this is what we have.
All right, well, I think the term excess is with this excess demand, with this create a problem that the, say, police department couldn't meet. I think that's what excess means. It's so much demand that it would cause a problem for the they couldn't meet. I think that's what excess means, is so much. And I'm willing to say that it would not cause excess demand, because I think that's excess. I can see a proposal that could, for whatever reason, create excess demand, and, yeah, I mean, that's outside the.
Or is excess, does that mean like more of a demand than what is allowed in the ordinance?
Well, there is no demand allowed in there. Excess demand is too much. Excess means more than can be handled. More than excess is too much. Is our police department or is our fire department able to carry the extra demand? There's a difference between extra demand and excess demand, and that's part of paying taxes. Is that you create? There is going to be some demand. I mean, there isn't on a lot of these things, because it's its own water supply and sewer system, and they're not going to have kids in school. But for fire and police, there's going to be a demand created by all new businesses or even a new house or whatever. The question is it because of the nature of the business, so much more that it is more than the system can handle. I think that term excess has got to be, you've got to use that language and say, not will it create a demand? It will. Will it create too much demand, excess demand?
Yep, which I think is good point, and also I don't think we have that information. And right now we know that our EMS services, right, are already, we have to share with multiple towns to accommodate the need for All-American, as you pointed out, and excess. It's a lot of the hospital and ambulance stuff. So again, I think it's a difficult place to make a decision about whether it's excess or not without hearing the expert testimony.
But I would say that this doesn't require fire, this does not require ambulance service. These modern stations, as far as fire protection, I looked up a video to see how good they were, and those things, when they let go, it's like, it's just blanketed like 3 feet of snow or foam or whatever it is, dry chemical to put the fire out. So I don't think relative to that, I think the issue is the police really. Police opportunity there, what they're going to be required to do.
I don't think there'll be an excess, because I agree with the fire about at least the police can get an ambulance, and I don't think you're going to get an excess ambulance offerings.
No, I don't think ambulance, and I think legitimate claim is the police, but I can't see it differs from other businesses.
Can we move it?
Yes. Okay, I'm going to say, if you believe that no excess demand on municipal services, including police and fire, you believe there's no excess demand, say aye. Aye. Who knows?
No excess demand will be created.
Yeah, no excess, yeah. That if you believe that no excess demand would be created. So I see you're not voting in the affirmative, right?
I'm still not clear how these questions are.
Okay, so we're asking, has that standard been met? Yes or no? That this won't create an excess demand on municipal services?
Not that it won't create a demand, it just won't create one in excess that our police can't handle it.
Based on your knowledge of what we have in town already and what?
So I don't think we can answer, I cannot answer that question to my satisfaction at this point.
Okay.
So I can't.
Okay, so I would say that that was 3 affirmative, and do you believe that that standard can be met, or do you believe that we have insufficient information?
Based on what I've heard tonight, it is excess, but I agree with what Charles said, that it's a little hard to tell for sure. We've heard numbers, I've talked about dozens of calls.
Right, if you're gonna take abstentions, like,
Well, that's what I'm asking. So you have the choice of voting in favor, against, or abstaining.
okay, well, sorry, I need to change then. I would like more information if we could have it.
Okay, so
in order to
abstain.
make it,
You know, one of the things, and I think you have to bring this in mind, when you read the ZBA handbooks, they tell us, and there's been court decisions on all this, we just have people trying to do the right job, right? So, the fact that we need more information, not need more information, I think Peter's definition satisfies me. There'll be no excess. I mean, there won't be costs, but will there be excess costs? I don't think there'll be excess costs, especially with fire. It's a great system, right? So now you're talking about police and fire. You know, I mean, police and ambulance. I just don't see that many calls for police and ambulance here. That would be excess.
Okay.
Ambulance isn't a standard they have to meet. It's not in there about the ambulance. I don't see. It says fire protection. That's what it says.
Fire protection, yeah.
If you knock that out, then you're
It's police is what.
Okay.
But again, police and ambulance, right? I can't emphasize, just having gone through the budget process this past year, how much effort was to try to get needs met within this town of our existing staffing, which was understaffed, especially our fire department, primarily, again, with the EMT. I'm not talking, I understand that, I don't want to belabor this point, but that the EMT stuff is what the big thing is. We don't have lots of fires. I get they have state-of-the-art, amazing equipment to put the fire out, so, yeah.
I believe we're down right now one person on the police department.
2, no excess demand, 3 abstentions due to insufficient information, and specifically police. No hazard to the public or adjacent property on account of potential fire explosion or release of toxic materials. Again, this is the one that that both Dennis and Vanna have done extensive work on, and if these other standards had passed, I would say that this would be the area that the significant conditions of approval would go to, but we can certainly vote on whether this whether there would be no hazard to the public or adjacent property on account of potential fire explosion or release of toxic materials. And my take on that is that the 2 professional reports we have are satisfied that that would be true if all the conditions that they have responded with were met. In other words, all the changes that they've made and suggestions that they have, and that are requirement for monitoring and an escrow account and all that kind of stuff. If we had those conditions on there, I'd say that the expert testimony that we have confirms that that would be met. So I'm willing to listen to the discussion, obviously, on how the other board members feel about it, but
Could I ask a point of order question?
Yeah.
Is it your plan to have us vote? I mean, at first I was under the assumption we were voting on this application, but it sounds like we're not. You're doing some kind of a straw poll, is that what you're doing?
no, we're doing this one, we're voting on these standards of the special exception. If we get down here and we haven't determined, which we already have not, that it meets these standards, then we have to decide whether we're going to deny the application for these following facts, or whether we are going to request the applicant whether they want to continue
And meet conditions?
if they try to prove that they can meet these standards. And the first one, if the standard is, we've already voted 2 to 3 that they've.
Well, the only one we thought out of the box so far was
Number 1, yeah.
Well, okay, so what you're saying is, I'm not saying this, I'm going to assume that the applicant will be able to bring in realtors.
Well, that's my.
I assume we people know exactly what we're talking about. You know, you look at the property that it's around. Personally, I don't, we've already voted on it, but I don't see how that can affect the property value when you look at the properties that are there. That's my opinion.
Okay.
Are you saying that the applicant will give the applicant an opportunity to bring in realtors?
That's up to them.
So the other thing I'm asking is, so you're saying this hearing is not closed? This hearing is still ongoing, is that what you're saying to me?
It's ongoing. We haven't even.
You haven't closed.
We haven't taken a final vote on.
You haven't closed well, have you closed the hearing, or is the hearing not closed?
No, the hearing is, we're in the deliberation phase of the hearing. The hearing is still open until we vote.
If we're talking about
This is a public hearing to determine, and it's a hearing all the way up until we close the hearing after we take a vote.
But you've already said there could be no more testimony.
No, public.
We don't take any more testimony from the applicant at this point, unless we reach a conclusion that we need more information, in which case we can.
Oh, I see where you're coming from.
We can then ask the applicant if they want a continuance, or there's another option we have, which is something that was recent, and you're aware of that, I mean, anybody took the training, is that the board can deny without prejudice, which allows the applicant to reapply and we can deny without prejudice, and state the reasons why we have denied the application, because if we don't feel we have sufficient information, or the applicant hasn't been able to provide sufficient information to prove their point, then they can reapply. It would close out the this. They have to reapply.
No.
But the other option would be to afford the applicant the opportunity to say that we have insufficient information and to continue it.
Okay, can I?
Yeah.
I guess we're all at odds just what's going on here for a second, but as I interpret it, or based on what you just said, my interpretation is we're discussing the 5 standards.
Yes.
We then will determine whether or not we want to give the applicant an ability to respond to the votes against it, because we've already approved the others. And if the applicant, and if we say we can do that, then the applicant can respond to number 1 so far, right? And then we would have them only respond to number 1. That's the only thing I want to do that night. And then we would then vote on whether we send it to planning board. Whether we don't know if we're going to agree with number 1 or not, but.
Well, and of course, number 4, we'd have to.
I mean, is that how you interpret it?
We have already said to the opponents that they couldn't have more time. The attorney was up here saying that he thought it was too rushed, that he didn't have enough time, and we said, too bad. And now you're saying oh, we can just continue it, we'll give you more time to do whatever you want to do. It seems like that's...
And that would apply to the, well, that's true, it would also apply to the people who want more time. The difference is there is no requirement that we...
There's no time requirement once we give them that information.
Yes, once the hearing, you know, this is where we make the determinations based on the material provided.
I don't know.
There's no requirement that these studies that we've requested for the board be provided to anybody but the board. We've done it. But the applicant is responsible for providing the information and providing the material. People who want to post have had plenty of time to provide material. They know exactly what the criteria we're putting on, and they can provide reports. So as I said, there's the option that we take a vote. The deny without prejudice would be that we would have to say that we have insufficient information. And we do in the case of the number 3. But if we're going to say that it fails to meet the detriment to property values criterion, then we have to deny with prejudice.
I think we should move forward with discussing number 4 and then discussing our answers as a whole to decide what we're going to do going forward.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I think we should get on to number 4, though, and we can discuss that once we finish everything else here.
What's that?
I think we should get on with number 4.
Yeah, okay, so number 4 is the one that is based on the professional reports, and I would only agree to it if all the conditions that were created in the responses to the reports that were satisfied the engineer and Dana, plus a requirement that
I don't know who wrote these. No hazard. You know what? I'm going to get in my car that's got a gas tank. Could that be hazardous? No hazard? It's ridiculous. All right? I think we need to use common sense here. All right? Now, we know that the fire, based on what I've heard, the fire, like you say, it snows when it hits. Explosion release of toxic chemicals. Well, the explosion, again, to me, would be taking care of the fire suppression. Release of toxic chemicals. Well, I don't know about you, but I think that's another dumb thing, because when I pump into my gas tank, I can smell the gas. Is that a toxic chemical? So this whole thing, to me, is like, show me any gas station in the world, whether it's this, show me an electric thing that doesn't.
And I think that's why it's written this way. It's in comparison to these other permitted uses, and if these other permitted uses don't have the hazards that this particular application does, then that's why they're allowed. And
yeah, but no hazard? Show me something that's not a hazard.
I mean, it's not for us to agree with how it's written, it's how it was presented to the town and voted on by the town, and that's how we have to then make a decision on it.
You know, I mean, if you look at number 4, the response, right, it's got redundant features. They talk about the storm water, which gone that to death, drainage system, retention pond, right, flows, right, oil water separators, and then the aquifer. So, I mean, has anybody ever heard of a gas station exploding? I'm sorry, but have you, anybody?
Okay, I think the one thing that we're hung up on is the release of toxic materials. And quite frankly, when we got the first round of reports from Dennis and Dana, I was thinking that this was going to be a difficult one to say yes to. It looked to me like that was going to be
well, are we setting them up for failure by asking this?
Right, but we didn't write that.
No, I understand that.
Yeah, so by having this process that went on back and forth between the company and the professionals, I think they've reached a point where they can sign off on that. They've given us the opinion that that we could sign off on that if we create conditions of approval that incorporate the changes that were made to the plan.
Are we qualified to do that? I guess what I'm
Yes,
saying isn't the fire marshal and the fire department and...
No, they have to go through that process.
No, I understand that, but you know, New Hampshire, I think...
We're talking just the release of toxic materials now.
No,
and we are qualified because we've received recommendations, and we've done it before, to make conditions of approval that say that you're going to have this monitoring, you're going to have this
well, they've already said they're going to have that.
Right, but that has to be, but all these changes that were recommended, that they've said that they were going to do, would have to be codified into conditions of approval. So I would say that...
I think we're just not taking their word. So
No, I get it. Yeah.
We just say, yes, about these systems that they're saying.
Yeah, I guess what I'm falling on is the fire marshal is not going to allow any kind of condition like this. New Hampshire is the second most stringent, used to be the most stringent, the second most stringent in gas station safety, what have you. The local fire department is not going to allow a condition like this, nor is the building inspector, possibly the health officer, certainly the plumbing inspector. So when I see no, right, that's an impossible standard to reach. So what can I fall back on to say, you know, can we feel comfortable approving that? And based on all the systems, you know, by administrations in the state and this town, and I guess I'm saying I can feel comfortable with that. That's how I feel.
You'd like to change it to not much hazard.
Well,
right.
We can't change it. It's black and white now, isn't it, right? Black letter law.
No, that's fine. I just, I'm asking for input, and if I'm going to vote on 4, I would vote yes with the conditions. And so my question is, anybody who feels otherwise should speak up and make the point.
I guess my concern is that they've met a number of conditions by adding different safety measures, but they also, I mean, everyone's come back to there's still human error, there's still people involved. And that potential is still there. And it's not even just no hazard, it's also potential of in this ordinance. And humans make lots of errors, despite all of the safeguards they could possibly put in.
Oh, no, potential fire, explosion, or release of, I see, so the potential applies to the potential release of toxic materials. Yeah, I mean, as I think you're pointing out, that's an impossible standard, but it's the standard that
Kingston set.
No hazard for potential.
If you had a business that wasn't listed, like cornhole contest venue, where there's no chance of release of toxic materials or anything, so it's like you could sign off on that, because it's just because the business wasn't listed, it could be listed because that kind of business didn't exist when this list was made, or they didn't think about that one. There's all sorts. we've had this happen a lot, where, you know, a new business comes to town and it's just not listed because what they did when they made these regulations is they said, well, what's there now? Okay, anything that's there now is a permitted use, and then they've added some over the years. But
See, I look at this as like there's no hazard of slipping on the floor. It's an impossible standard.
no, that's not one of the things, that's
No,
not
I
one
know,
of the
no,
hazards
what I'm
listed.
saying, it's an impossible standard, no hazard.
But it's not impossible if it's a business that doesn't have a potential fire explosion or release of toxic materials.
You're dealing with
This
gas.
happened, but this is a gas station, so it does have that potential. And that's why we went through the whole process of trying to ffigure out whether that could be mitigated.
Well, why don't we take the vote?
All right, so,
I do appreciate the word potential, so I would like to play that out a little bit more,
Yeah,
if we can
okay.
have that conversation. I'm not sure that I'm the expert to play that potential out. Again, it's sort of, we talked about the risk, right? They're saying 99% is not going to be there, you know, or that'll be contained, right? Again, so really trying to understand, okay, so potential, right? We have the potential for lots of things to happen. So it's a tough word in this phrasing versus, you know, like close enough, good enough, 99%. It doesn't say that in here around that. So
That's true.
I don't know if somebody else has a better way of thinking about that word. Rick, lawyer.
so perhaps it's a special exception criteria that need to be examined, but that's it. Yeah.
One thing I would say is that even in the Verdantis points out that they don't say anything's eliminated, they say their word is would attenuate. Attenuate. And so to be safe, I looked that up, and it means to lower. Okay, so lower the risk. Doesn't eliminate the risk, but it lowers the risk. So even with the additional things that they're going to do, it attenuates the issue. So the possible release is what their words are in their report. So again, it's like good enough.
All right. So, do we want to give the choice of yes, no, or yes with conditions? And
I think yes with the conditions, because based on the writing here, I don't think we have a choice when they say no hazards. However, I do like your definition. You know, how low is low?
yeah. All right, why don't we just take the vote on as the way it's worded?
Okay.
And anybody who agrees there's no hazard to the public or adjacent property on account of potential fire, explosion, or release of toxic materials, say aye. Okay, so 0.
Wait a minute, I'm not sure what you just said.
I just read it right off the page.
So,
There's no hazard.
A yes vote would say that there is no hazard?
That's correct. A
Okay.
yes vote. So if you raise your hand, you're saying there's no hazard to the public or adjacent property on account of potential fire, explosion, or release of toxic materials. You can blame the special exception writers.
Terrible. We're locked in. I would say that if we are going to allow the applicant to respond to number 1, we allow them to respond to number 2.
Number 2.
I'm sorry, number 4.
Well, they already have. That's why I'm saying that I would be willing to vote on that.
Well, that could be the next motion. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, we could.
Let's finish this part of the discussion then.
So we all voted unanimous on yours, but now the next question is, can we allow the applicant to respond to number 4 for further consideration by the board?
that they already have.
Right, we've received
And
extensive information on how they feel about it.
We went around and got the reports and got the professional opinions.
But we're going to have them respond to number 4. I understand that, but have we made a standard here that's impossible to meet? I mean, I gotta tell you, you're an attorney, who would you rather represent in this? It's a rhetorical question, I'm not gonna put you on the spot, but who would you rather represent when you walk into court and say, possible standard?
Well, okay, so nobody believes there's no hazard to the public. Now, why don't we rephrase that and say, if all the conditions that have been discussed from the responses to the professional reports are put in place, and a monitoring system and escrow account are set up to fund the monitoring of all the systems. Would you believe that number 4 should pass, that the hazard is reduced to? I can't rewrite this, but do you believe there's no hazard if
systems are put in place?
If the recommended systems are put in place to
reduce that. I don't think reduce it, how you reduce no. Right? I feel like I'm talking to my kids here.
Yeah.
Part of no didn't they understand? I just think that this is so, okay, I think this is so unfair that I think we ought to give them a chance to respond to this. You see what I'm saying? I think that'd be just.
But how are you gonna respond if they've given all this mitigation and brought the chances down to what our consultants have said is an acceptable level?
If they say it's our consultants have said it's an acceptable level?
They didn't use that term, but they.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
They said their concerns, with the exception of yeah.
At the end, she says, and I underline it, there should be no hazard. She used the word unlikely. Okay, the release is unlikely. There should be, if all controls. So she doesn't say there won't be.
Right.
Nobody's saying there won't be. That's the point. The point. The question is it close enough?
Okay.
That's
my opinion.
Does it
yes,
meet the standard?
I think it is. I mean,
okay.
No. Okay.
All right. So.
So why don't we have a vote?
With controls, and by that,
yeah,
talking about all of those plus the one that was put on 266. With controls, does it meet the standard of no hazard to the public? Number 4.
Okay. Take a vote.
And I'll take a vote.
Take a vote.
If you believe that the standards met with controls in place, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that's only 2. 2 yes. And and if you believe that it doesn't meet the standard of number 4, raise your hand. Okay.
Okay.
No. So I would entertain a motion.
Well, hold on, only because we talked about it. Are we going to give them a chance to respond, yes, no, to number 1 and number 4? Whatever you guys want.
And
only because we already talked about it, so I want to make sure I put it to bed.
But we have 1, 4, and 3.
Yeah,
no, 3 passed. 3 passed, 3 to 2.
No, 3 abstentions and 2 voted, so it failed.
Number 3?
Number 3, no, only you and I voted that there would be no excess demand. The 3,
And how many abstentions?
3.
Well, that's abstention, so it passed.
No, because you have to have, in the ZBA, you have to have 3 affirmative votes for a motion to pass.
I thought it had to be a majority vote. The majority vote was for it, and the others abstained.
No, that's not how it works. In the ZBA, it's specifically stated by RSAs that you need 3.
But it is a majority of the vote, because the abstention.
No, it's a majority of the board. The majority of the members of the board present.
That's the first I ever heard of that. I thought
Okay.
the abstention was 0, therefore you've got 2, 0.
Yeah, and so 2 is not a majority of the board members present.
I understand that, but I thought the
Okay.
motion was passed because the majority of the people voted, or the majority of the board voted for it.
No, majority of the board did not vote for it.
No, the majority of the voters.
No, that's not how it works.
Fine, if that's what it works,
Yeah.
I've never heard of that.
Okay. Yeah, that's in there. It was, I can look up the RSA, but I'm not gonna do that now. But it didn't pass, and so we had 3 of the standards failed to pass. I will entertain a motion to, I guess you can say, the motion you can make would be motion to deny based on, oh, the 5th standard, okay, thank you, is notification of the hearing will be provided to the Planning Board, Conservation Commission, and Board of Selectmen. And as Robin can attest, because she sent them out by certified mail, including to the Selectmen and to the Planning Board and to the Conservation Commission. And we have the registered receipts for all those letters too, because the question did come up in a much earlier meeting, whether those were done, and we did go back and we found the receipts for all of those 3 parties. We can prove that notification of the hearing was provided to the Planning Board, Conservation Commission, and Board of Selectmen. So we don't really need to vote on that, or we can. We can vote to affirm that. But, all those in favor of affirming number 5, that notification was provided, say aye. Aye, okay, so 5 is affirmed. 5 is that. So I guess if you would like to make a motion to deny without prejudice, you could do that. You could make a motion to just plain deny it because it failed to meet the standards. You could do that and provide the findings of fact. I'll say what I've got written down. Okay, so the first finding of fact that would be is that there is a detriment to property values due to, and the board voted 3-2 that there would be a detriment to property values due to let me just get these right ones. Location of the buildings, the
Scale
of buildings, scale, not the parking area, I assume, right?
I think the parking area does affect it.
You think the parking area does? Okay.
Yes.
And do you, for the people who voted on that one, do you?
And it was smoke dust or other pollutants, noise, glare.
Whoa, hold it. Smoke?
Odor, smoke.
Access ways, you left that one out, so you presumably don't think that's a problem. I would agree with that. Odor?
Smoke.
Smoke, okay. Gas?
Gas, yep, gas. Noise, glare, and glare.
Noise, okay.
And glare.
Glare from what?
The lights.
Okay. Not heat, vibration, or instability, okay, so. So that's the finding of fact that, number one. Number two, the traffic was 4-to-1, that was no substantial increase in traffic congestion and no creation of safety hazard, as per traffic study. Number three, is insufficient information was provided for police to determine, we'll put down provided to determine police demand. Number four, no one would believe that there was no hazard. It was not shown that no hazard. And do you want to say potential fire explosion or release of toxic materials, or just release of toxic materials?
Just potential release of toxic materials.
Potential release, and you guys concur with that?
I'm in agreement with the toxic materials.
Okay, and Rick, presumably? Yeah, okay. And number five was affirmed 5-0, so, this would be a motion to deny, we need a motion, and based on the failure pass, due to, and you can cite the findings of fact that were just listed. You don't have to read them all again.
All right, so I make a motion to deny the application based on the finding of fact that we have just gone over. List them all.
Yeah, we don't need to list them again, we just read them.
Is there anything else I need to add to that?
Okay, failure to meet standards 1, 3, and 4. Okay.
Do I need to add that to motion?
What's that? I just said, deny, I'm writing it down. To deny application due to failure to meet standards 1, 3, and 4, due to, and then findings of fact. Or as
noted by findings of fact.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. As noted by findings of fact. All right, so that's the motion. There's a second. Yeah, I'll read the motion for you again. The motion by Megan is to deny the application due to failure to meet the standards numbers 1, 3, and 4 as noted by the findings of fact submitted. And I will give you the findings of fact.
Do we have to reference this at all? The special exception?
Oh, so sorry, is it, to make failure to meet the standards of Article 109.7A, 1, 3, and 4. 4. 1, 3, and 4. Thank you. And Shaw seconded? Okay. All right, all those in favor of the motion, say aye and raise your hand. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4, 1, aye. All those opposed?
Huh?
All those opposed to the motion? Okay.
All right, I will tell you that I thought that this belonged with the planning board to begin with. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. But people spoke, that's fine with me. I'm still going to say, send it to the planning board.
That's how I voted along here, but once the board has made a determination, I'm voting on the.
I never complained when I lost the case.
Right.
Even though they were wrong.
Yeah, let's take a, we're gonna, that closes the hearing. It's 11:30, and we're gonna try to get this wrapped up. Okay, take a quick break. I'm gonna close the hearing and announce that the decision is appealable for 30 days from today, or the notice of decision, whichever. No, from today, which is still, by the way, the 10th of August.
It's still the 10th of August for another half an hour.
And then we will. We shouldn't have more than one. If I was going to do this again, we have more next month. But
when do we vote on putting in a time limit?
Yeah, and we're going to have to do that.
Tonight?
Not tonight, and it wouldn't take effect immediately anyway.
Right. Well, that's why I'm wondering, like, if we voted on that tonight, it would take effect.
But that's one of the things we have on our agenda. I want to get everything away.
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you guys. Thank you for sticking that.
Oh man, this is. And the irony is that we know that it didn't matter which way this went. It was going to be appealed. So it's not over. It's just.
All right. I am going to use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
How can you guys think right now?
I tell you what, I used to used to fly 8-hour missions starting at midnight and landing, or starting at 11 p.m. and landing at dawn, and and all you're seeing the entire 8 hours is the sonar buoys you drop in the water and just waves and.
So you do it
It's,
we may be on streaming, I don't know.
what's that?
So it may be streaming still, I don't know.
Oh.
We don't know if we press the buttons right, but.
It's fine. I'm gonna stack all this stuff up here related to this.
I did run out of ink in the pen, does that matter?
I'll tell you, you get used to that. But trying to get sleep during the daytime on board a ship is ridiculous. It's,
I don't know how you did it.
but I do remember people coming and joining us. The commanding officer came down one time, and we were off South America, and the first night out, I said, "You're going to get your entire year's worth of instrument and nighttime, in one night. We're going out and coming back tomorrow." And when I finally put it on deck at the end of the flight, he just looks at me and says, "Don't ever do that to me again." I said, "Yes, sir." Would you rather screaming?
I think it's a time limit on how long the recorder has to stay. That's what I think.
Good point.
Yeah, we're gonna burn through our entire CBA budget.
Yeah, I think so too.
Have you been tracking how many hours? Because yesterday,
It's either get the job done or don't.
I meant the additional hours, like Wednesday, like you were here, which isn't normally when we're here this day, so that would get charged to the CBA.
Well, I was here for about this.
Yeah, okay, but
But I charge a separate.
what?
I do charge a separate.
Okay, yeah.
But nobody knew before because nobody tried it.
Oh.
It was always just like a bonus.
Well, I see what you mean, but there's a budget in the planning board office. The planning board budget has salaries that was basically based on Ellen's hours, and then we put in 2,600 for ZV. What? Oh. Mom, that's awesome. But you're right, it's not. All right, I put. Put everything, it should be in the bottom here. Yeah. No, I think. Yeah, just, so, these mics work pretty well, so if you have one near you, just grab it and then make sure you turn it on. And let's see, it's now 11:38, and we are going to start the second hearing, which unfortunately are only two, is Housing Support, Inc., regarding 186 Main Street, map R34, lot 21. This applicant is requesting a variance to Article Prologue 2, Section B13, to permit up to 3 unrelated persons within each unit of the existing two-family residence of the property. And probably if you can just briefly give us a background of what's going on and tell us.
Sure. Kevin Boss with Oak Creek, Robert. Can everyone hear me? I think
Yeah, we're getting you.
Is it on?
Oh, you, green.
That's great. All right. Kevin Baum, Hope of Phoenix, formerly in Roberts. I'm here with Paula Newcomb from Housing Support, Inc. Also, Chris Novelli from N3 Architecture. And he did bring a copy of the plans if anyone needs them for reference. They're to the right. I will try to be as brief as I can. And first, thank you all for persevering and sticking around for our application. It's a long night. Its background here is, Housing Support is a nonprofit 501c3 providing housing and related support services. They purchased this house in 2021. It is an existing 2-unit. It has 3 bedrooms, existing with 3 bedrooms on each side. It's a total of 6 bedrooms. The intent is to renovate it. They have received Historic District Commission approval for that renovation of the existing building and barn, to renovate it and then to rent it out pursuant to their mission as affordable housing for subsidized rents for veterans. We actually didn't put that in the application. It is just for lower income, which is the intent. But I just wanted to clarify that because we were before the planning board. We've made that assertion, and the intent is still for it to be veterans housing. As I mentioned, we were before the planning board. We are actually still pending before the planning board with a proposal to convert this to a 4-unit apartment building. That received some pushback from some of the abutters. And after a number of hearings, we sort of stepped back in discussion with 2 of the 3 abutters. We've come to an agreement, and part of that agreement is why we're here tonight, which is that we're going to go forward seeking relief to, rather than convert into 4 units, all individual apartments, we would keep it as a 2-unit and have each side rented out to 3 tenants. Total of 6 tenants. Each apartment in the 2-family will have a kitchen, and then each bedroom will have its own bathroom. The reason that we need relief is because the definition of family under the ordinance says that it can be so a 2-unit family is limited to no more than 2 unrelated adults. And so the request tonight is that we would be able to seek relief from that definition to allow 3 unrelated adults in each of the existing 2 apartments, total of 6 in the building. I would just note, and I've noted this in the memo that we submitted, is that that's actually a potential limit on the overall use. As existing, there is no limit on the number of renters. As long as there's no more than 2 unrelated, any number could rent those. So we think that this could very likely be a reduction because it would only be 3 adults renting in each of these units. So as I mentioned, this twofold, this approach, it keeps the units the same, and it also keeps the building generally the same. It is in the Historic District 1. It is going to have some renovations, but this approach doesn't require, it only requires really limited renovations to get it, get it upgraded, just fix it up, and then the only significant change to the exterior is there will be a small, I think 186 square foot addition, which is only for handicap access. So effectively, the building is going to stay as it is, with just aesthetic upgrades to the building and to the landscaping consistent with the existing HDC approval. The other piece that we are proposing, and this is part of our agreement with the neighbors, is that also consistent with that HDC approval, the driveway to the right of the building would be extended so that the parking, to create parking spaces and move the cars back behind the building and away from the street. And so we've proposed that as a condition, and we'd actually ask, because of our agreement with the abutters, that if you do choose to approve the variance tonight, that be made a condition of approval. And it's laid out in the memo. So I think, again, I'm trying to go quickly. Oh, it was 122 square feet. I overspoke. I made it slightly larger. But so I'm trying to go quickly through this, but I'm happy to answer any questions. If Paula or Chris think I missed anything, please jump in. And if there are no questions, I'm happy to quickly go through the criteria.
I guess, so since you brought up the parking, if you're going to have 6 unrelated tenants, there are only 3 parking spaces and then 1 handicap. Where would you put the other vehicles?
Where are the other? So there are 2 driveways existing, and so there will be parking in the existing driveway to the left, and then 4 spaces created to the right. And it will meet the parking requirements. We're not asking for parking relief. It will meet parking requirements. We're not asking for parking relief.
And there's no use for the barn that you're going to be renovating?
The barn will be renovated. And it's going to stay as a barn. It is not going to be a unit.
And what's significant about 3 versus 2? Because you could get away with not asking for this if you had 2 people. What's the difference?
Well, we have a determination from the town's legal counsel that we can do 4 there, obviously with site plan approval. The significance is that it fits with our mission to have 3, to be able to rent to 3 low-income veteran tenants on each side, so 6. It could be rented to families as well, but again, this fits better with the mission and provides more housing. So, and it's our understanding and consistent with the determination made by town council that we could have, we could have more units than we're looking for, but we thought this was a good compromise. And allows us to move forward in conjunction with the 2 abutters. Does that answer the question? So,
I do have one question. So that if I had not realized that this, until you mentioned it, and I just looked, that this was conditioned. That a condition of approval will be the driveway, and that's a little unusual to have an unrelated condition of approval. But I mean,
I understand. It would be, if it helps, it would meet the, it would be consistent with parking requirements.
Okay.
It is unusual, and it's unusual that I ask. I do often propose conditions of approval, but it's a little unusual that I push them on boards that don't otherwise. But in these are somewhat unusual circumstances, and so we have proposed it, and we're asking for the board to adopt it if you choose to grant relief.
And my understanding, and we'll have public comment period, Scott talk, but as an abutter, but that this is an agreement that preserves the character of the neighborhood. Is that the idea behind leaving it as a 2-family?
I can't speak to the neighbors' intent. I can say that this was an acceptable compromise to them. We do believe, and I put it in the memo, that it does help retain that existing, the existing building, which is a historic structure, and, no increase. Obviously, we believe we have the right to put the addition on and to expand the units, but again, as a matter of compromise, we've decided to go this track and avoid the controversy. But to the criteria before this board, one of which is gets to character of the neighborhood. This proposal doesn't change the building other than to really update it and just aesthetic renovations, and so it's consistent with that condition. And I'll get into that as I go through the criteria.
Yeah. And so if this was granted, this variance is granted, because it's not changing the status of the building from a two-family structure.
Right. That's right. We're not asking for any change to what's existing, which is that it's a two-family. So it wouldn't change from a two-family to a multifamily. The only relief we're asking for is the ability within that existing two-family, which already has 3 bedrooms on each side, to just have 3 unrelated adults.
Right. And when I first heard about this, I was researching the regs to see, because I don't know if it was you, but I remember thinking, can you get a variance from a definition? It's not, you're not asking for a variance from any ordinance or regulation. Right. You're asking it from, and I think one of the attorneys said, yes, you can, and it was confirmed by ours, and so
yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, and I did have that discussion with, with the town planner, and I know that the town attorney has chimed in as well. I think in this case, the definition does impose a restriction, so it's eligible for relief.
Right, yeah, and the other thing that occurred to me is that, and I didn't realize it was listed as a two-family on the property card, but if you just called it a duplex, when you look at instead of a two-family house, you look at the definition of duplex, yeah, and it doesn't require familial relationship.
I am aware of that, and we have had that discussion. This is cleaner. And my response is this is it's a cleaner approach, and town council has made the determination that relief is needed. So we're not fighting that.
Right.
And again, I'm in a bit of a strange position where I would normally be happy to fight that no relief is needed, but the council has determined that there is, and we're in agreement with the neighbors and wanting to move forward.
So that brings up the other something I should have mentioned earlier, and that is that normally we require a letter of when you make an application for variance, a letter of denial from the building inspector or the planning board or whoever denies you permission to do something. In this case, it was the letter requested by Glenn Greenwood, a planner of the town council, who shared that opinion.
Yes.
And so that served as your letter of denial and permission to go forth with the
that's how we were instructed, is that
right.
The email is that, yes, there is a process where we need a letter of denial, but the email from Glenn Greenwood would suffice to meet that requirement so we could submit the application.
Right, thank you. So for anybody who's looking for that, we do have that. Did it get put in the packet? Okay, I got it. Oh, that's right. So, you said you had a question?
Yeah, I do. I just logistically, I mean, do they pay rent? How does that work? And who pays? How does the whole thing work as far as?
They each will have everyone will have a written lease, and they will each pay rent. The rent is going to be based on, why don't I it's based on income levels, but I'm going to turn your mic on, Paula, and you can give a brief description.
promised I wouldn't say anything to keep us any longer. So it's based on fair market rent, which is determined by the state of New Hampshire. So we are working with the New Hampshire Housing Finance Agency as well as the VA on this project. And so they would be issuing rental certificates or VASH certificates to these veterans that is based on their income, and they also make a determination about what they can pay and what the rent will be.
Okay, and so having said that, if I may, so they pay you and then you will pay the utilities, they don't pay the individual
They
utilities?
don't pay, no, we pay all the utilities.
Okay, having said that, for the architect, when you renovate a place like that, how well, I mean, operating costs are important to them too, because they're gonna have to pay the electricity and all that stuff. I mean, do you do any like re-insulating and all that type of stuff, or trying to, you know, efficiencies so that the operating costs are lower for them to have to not pay as much for utilities and things of that nature?
Sure, we're adding insulation in the attic. We're replacing the windows with new windows, and we're replacing all the HVAC equipment with energy efficient equipment.
With what are you replacing?
The HVAC.
The HVAC equipment, the heating and cooling systems.
Okay.
They're all gonna be highly efficient systems that we're gonna be operating off of propane. We're actually spending quite a lot of money on this renovation. It's not really so minor, because we're gonna turn out a product that is not only historically appropriate, but the interior is gonna be completely renovated. And all of the systems will be replaced, all the electrical. We'll add fire alarms. We're gonna be also adding sprinklers in the inside so that the fire department feels more comfortable. So we're gonna be spending a lot of money on the inside.
Yeah, I should have said that was the exterior. The fire department's wanting sprinklers?
They'll be more comfortable with sprinklers.
It's becoming an apartment complex, basically. So
Okay.
we're looking at it as a commercial.
There, so I should also mention, so there is some, housing support is getting some funding for this, state funding, and along with that is going to be a requirement to keep this income restricted for 30 years. So this is not, whatever relief is granted tonight, you know, it will be for affordable housing for at least a 30-year period.
Okay, good.
And you checked, as far as the Fair Housing Act goes, that no familial relationship clause only applies to 55 and up, or is it, there is no issue with familial relationship clauses in
we're not raising that as an issue, whether it is or not. We're here seeking relief, from the variant, from the ordinance.
Right, yeah. No, I just make sure that, because it wouldn't make it, you know, raising it to 3 wouldn't relieve you of that, but it would, as long as you didn't have more than 3 people, it wouldn't matter. Yeah. So,
are you asking if it's discriminatory to have that?
Yeah, there's a clause in the Fair Housing Act that says that for people 55 and over, you can't require a familial relationship. And so if we had that, and it was, you know, we still, and I think this would probably,
I think if
improve that if you know, improve compliance with the Fair Housing Act. But you know, if this was a aging community and it was funded by Fair Housing Act or whatever, then that town restriction on a maximum of 2 unrelated adults might not pass the smell test.
So, you're right, we're not raising that. I'd like to avoid that issue by getting the variance and having it, you know, and not having anyone have to worry about it.
Right.
The intent is that it will be 3 unrelated because it's veterans housing. It's going to be 3 individual veterans in each unit. Again, total of 6, but in each of the units. And so, again, if we can get relief tonight, then becomes a
It's a moot point,
non-issue, yeah.
Okay. So I might as well, unless there's more questions before we,
Ask one question.
yeah, go ahead.
So you're gonna have 6 people in here.
Yes,
Am I correct, or are you aware that you need 2 parking spots per person?
yes.
How are you gonna, well, I went down, I don't know if anybody else walked down there.
This site visit.
And I don't know where you're gonna put 12 cars.
Well, we are extending the driveway and putting an additional,
Depending which driveway.
to the right. So if you're facing the building, there's the one on the left is gonna stay, the one on the right is gonna be extended. 4 spaces are going in, and then there is space within the driveway, for parking. It's our understanding that we will meet the parking requirements. If there is a need to get a waiver, we do expect we'll have to go to the planning board for a waiver because the existing driveway being extended is within 20 feet of the property line. And so it's our understanding
A lot of space on each side of the house.
No. But it's our understanding, talking to the town staff, that we will meet that requirement. I will note that it is also Paula's experience. This is, I think, she has, Housing Support operates 10 other properties. It's that it's unlikely that her tenants are gonna that they will all have vehicles, let alone 2 vehicles. So typically the vehicle need, the parking needs are much less. Well, we will still either meet, if absolutely necessary, we get a waiver, but we understand that we meet the requirement, that's the intent, but we don't think there's gonna be any need to have nearly that many spaces just because of past experience.
So you bought the property. Did you find out before you bought the property whether or not you could do what you're planning to do? Did you check into what the rules are of the town?
Yeah, we have been meeting and working on this for over 2 years. Well, I wasn't part of the process. And let me answer, I will not I may not answer it directly, but let me give you some background, because I think that's the way we have to get there. There was original discussion about doing an addition. There was a discussion about doing more renters. That ended up in discussion with the town with a proposal to do a 4-unit without any, it'd be 4 separate units. That's what's before the site. It's under site plan review before the planning board. So we did have discussions, and that was the approach we went. That was running into headwinds with the neighbors. What we're trying to do is avoid a lengthy, fight and appeal. And so we sort of backed into this proposal because we think it's still consistent with the mission, and we can avoid some of those disputes and potential legal costs for my nonprofit client and for the town of Kingston.
Well, the 3 of you, any of you know whether or not when you bought the property, you checked out to see if you could do what you're proposing?
May I?
Yeah.
So yes, I did check it out, and I have been working. We bought it in December of 2021, and we have been asking and talking, trying to get answers since that time, sir. We've had a difficult time getting answers, and we were told very clearly by the neighbors after we had purchased it that they were not in support of using it for its current use, which in the most recent past had been 2 large families, which is what it exists for. So they weren't in favor of that.
You've covered, looks like 4 of the requirements. But the 5th requirement is, would denial of variance result in unnecessary hardship to the owner? So if we deny this, what is your unnecessary hardship?
Why don't we back up here, and I think your plan was to go through all 5 criteria.
I do.
And I think.
Well, she's hired me to go through the legal criteria.
So what I'm saying is, you bought the property.
So the law is not, yes, you may.
What I'm hearing is, you bought the property, you in a sense, didn't do your due diligence. Now you're coming and saying, oh, I've got a hardship, which you created.
No.
That is, we have been on a path to try to reasonably develop this property since it was purchased in 2021. That is not the law, respectfully, that is not the law on self-created hardship. We have a right to seek to use this property. We have a right to seek relief. That is why this board is here. The law, there was at one time law that said if you can make any reasonable use of the property, there is no hardship, which is what it sounds to me that you are suggesting. That is no longer the law. The Supreme Court has made it clear that was too high of a bar, and has lessened it. So I'm happy to go through the criteria, but I do want to push back on the idea that this is a self-created hardship. You have a right to buy a property, and you have a right to seek relief to further develop it.
I've bought a lot of property, but I have never bought a property without contingent on being able to use it for what the property's for in the ordinance. So I'm wondering why somebody didn't say, we better make sure we can use this property for what we want, in which case you would have checked the ordinance and realized you can't, you're gonna go for variance, which you created by buying the property.
We have an opinion from town council that we have the right to have 4 units.
Four, yes, I agree. I don't agree with that. I don't disagree with that. But you're
We now have 2, and we're looking to do 2 unrelated. We have the right to ask for this relief. This is why this board is here. I mean, what you're telling me is that if anyone buys property in this town, they can't come to this board because they didn't do their due diligence.
I'm just saying that I think if you had done your due diligence a little bit better, perhaps.
Well,
let's be kind to the witnesses
Well,
here.
the thing is, what I'm saying is, here they've got 6 people, right? I'm assuming they're gonna have leases.
Yes.
These people are presently or most likely have been homeless, am I correct?
We don't know that. They're referred by the VA.
Okay, referred to VA. Welcome to the VA, and then many times, including my hearing aids. But what I'm saying is, you don't know who they are, which is okay, nobody does. I don't know who the people are that I rent my property, right? But what I am concerned about is you've got 6 single people. You don't, in my opinion, I mean, I know the property. You need 12 parking spots. That doesn't include the people who are gonna bring services to the parking in the front. You've got an unnecessary hardship that if you hadn't bought the property, wouldn't even exist.
Well, I mean,
But
no.
you bought the property, and now you're saying, gee, we need to have these 6 because,
No, we can
I think you
fill the
missed-
property with far more people, and I will go through that.
Just go to the 4. Why wouldn't you go to the 4?
We could go to the 4 and we could fill them with far more than 6 people. That's the point. This was not, we didn't buy the property with this intent. This is where we've ended up, and we have a right, Housing Support has a right to determine the best use of this property, both, based on when it purchased it and based on things that have changed, which includes opposition from the neighbors. And so that's why, the primary reason that we're here before you and why we didn't do this approach in the first place.
Yeah.
But again, they could fill each side with more than, with far more than 6 total people by right. So I do take some, I have some concern with the idea that we can never get hardship because we didn't research this before they bought the property. They have the right after buying the property. They didn't do anything to create that hardship other than purchase the property, and that doesn't create hardship. They didn't take a lot and make it substandard and then ask for relief to build into the setbacks. That would be a self-created hardship.
Let's not beat it to death. I mean, it's late.
Yeah, and I think it's gotten late, and we need to do this in an orderly fashion and go through. I do want to point out, Pete, that when they bought this, did ask questions, and it happened to be the same time that the ZBA was hearing a case of another property in the Historic District 1, which had multiple apartments, and there was a question about whether that was permissible. A couple of apartments had burned, and it's been a while since they had burnt. They had only renovated 2 of the apartments, and a couple of ones got renovated later. And the building inspector denied it because he said there's too many apartments. And the research that was done at the time by the ZBA and by town council and everyone else was that in the HDC, it doesn't say single family or duplex the way it does in other, it says residences, plural, and residences could be defined as a quadruplex or as anything else. Apartment buildings, we have apartment buildings in the HDC, they're perfectly legal, they'd be legal to put in now. This compromise came around after they were already approved for multiple apartments because that's permitted in the HDC. It used to be part of an overlay zone with single-family residential or rural residential, whatever, mixed use, but it's not. And so the other question that we had referenced earlier is that technically they are not required to get this variance because they can change the use from multifamily or two-family to duplex, and our statutes don't require any familial relationship requirements in a duplex. Okay, so this is part of an agreement with presumably the neighbors to keep this as a two-family structure, and so that if they ever sell it or whatever, it still has this two-family.
So there was an agreement with the neighbors.
So they have a separate agreement. This is a compromise. They obviously would prefer to have more people in there, and could, right? They've worked out something with the neighbors and to reduce the total number of people, and
that's what I needed to hear.
So we'll hear from Scott a little bit. I'm sure that better comments will be welcomed, and we'll find out if there's any objection to this. But in the meantime, I'm going to suggest that we go ahead and go through the criteria. But I wanted to make that point: is that this is voluntarily on their part, and it is reduced the number of people in this, what would have been an apartment. Yeah, right. And so I agree with you that somebody comes in and they buy a parcel that's got 150-foot front, or sorry, 350-foot frontage, and then they come and say, oh, we want to subdivide that into 2 lots. Well, you knew when you bought it, and with the price you paid for it was based on the fact that it was.
That was the point. If they
Yeah.
had already owned it, then I could, but
right.
They didn't own it, and then they bought it.
But in this case, they asked, and it was the requirements were residential, so it could have been multi apartments.
I just thought it was interesting that it came that way.
Right. So that's the background, and so if it's denied, it's really hurting the neighbors because they would go back to the other place. So go ahead and go through these.
And I've said this a million times, to try to be brief, I will still try. Go quickly, so stop me at any point. First 2 criteria are under Supreme Court case law, and that's that granting the variance is not contrary to the public interest and the spirit of the ordinance is observed. The test that the court has articulated is whether granting the variances would unduly and to a marked degree conflict with the ordinance such that it violates its basic zoning objectives. Our position is it does not. The property, as I mentioned, is in the Historic District 1. The stated objective of the Historic District generally is to preserve historical and architectural heritage of the town. As we mentioned, this proposal maintains and improves that existing historic building and barn, and so is in support of the intent of the district. Likewise, the specific intent of the Historic District 1 is to be an integrated area of mixed uses, primarily residential, but with building serving religious and civic functions. So likewise, that it will remain residential. This lot, certainly in this building within the neighborhood, doesn't lend itself to a retail, but while remaining residential, it still meets the intent by providing the civic functions, because we're providing housing to veterans. And so in that way, it meets the specific intent of the Historic District 1 as well. The other test is whether the variance, if granted, would alter the essential character of the neighborhood or threaten the health, safety, or welfare. Neither will be the case here. As I mentioned, there's no material changes to the exterior of the structure. There are significant interior changes which are going to improve it and create a much nicer, safer building. But from anyone looking from the outside, it's going to look like the same building, only renovated and improved, consistent with the HDC approval. Likewise, again, we think the general intent of the unrelated rule is to avoid, party apartments. It's often the case of college towns. That's just not the case here. We're going to have adults, veterans, and that are going to be getting services through housing support, and are going to be held to a lease that includes requirement for conduct. So, to the extent the intent is to reduce, those type of disturbances in the neighborhood, it's just not going to apply here. The next is whether substantial justice will be done. This is a balancing test. The test is whether there has to be a benefit to the public for denial that outweighs the loss to the applicant. In this case, loss to the applicant means that housing support cannot make the full use of the house consistent with its mission. It reduces the number of people it can serve, and with no real benefit to the neighborhood. Again, there's going to be no real change to the naked eye from the outside. And this is a situation where there's going to be support provided for 30 years. That's going to be ongoing. There's going to be this building will be maintained just as housing support maintains its 10 other properties.
Can I ask you one quick question?
Sure.
You mentioned the requirement for conduct. Who monitors that?
That would be housing support.
On-site or off-site in a separate office?
Well, there will be also services from the VA, sorry. The VA is also providing services on site.
That regularly stop in and, that will regularly stop in and check in and provide service?
Yes, there will be no one on-site monitor, but there will be regular services and people.
These are gonna be largely over 55 at least, gentlemen, and on the first floor, there'll be 2 handicap units. We don't expect there to be too much excitement going on there. I'm sorry?
Is there going to be like an operator there? Is there going to be somebody in charge to say, hey, pick up the trash, do the dishes, take out the trash, cover the trash bin? Somebody, a response, I hate to put people on the person, but somebody is going to call the shots there.
Well, there will not be an overnight person, if that's what you mean, but there is going to be services and an individual assigned by not only the VA, who's going to be providing services, but we are also going to be on site as well.
Kind of like a house.
We don't have a house mother, no.
No, I'm saying, let's say a job. Somebody's going to make sure the place doesn't deteriorate inside or outside. I guess somebody's going to say.
Well, I guess that would be me then.
Okay, no, you see what I'm saying? I mean, you see my
I think
concern.
the answer.
You get 6 people Katie,
The-
I'm not kicking the trash out.
Right.
You know, all of a sudden the town's getting calls to the health office saying, hey, there's all kinds of rats out there.
Right. Yeah, the answer is yes, there will be no one living there. And I think the other, to address any concerns is if the town has issues, they can call Paula. Paula is this is a nonprofit. This is not a slumlord that is just going to ignore you. They have 10 other properties. And so, I don't mean to be flip either, but I mean, it is, I think there is a benefit that there is someone that can be contacted if anything did arise. So,
I mean, you can see why I asked that question.
yeah, understood.
I agree with your questions. I have a friend that lives across from an inn that was converted into something, and they have problems all the time. So that's why I've asked what kind of monitoring is going to happen and why Peter has concerns.
The next criteria is that the variance will cause no diminution of property values. We think it's just the opposite. As I mentioned, there are going to be significant renovations to this property. Under this proposal, there's no real, other than, again, we're fixing the exterior up, putting in landscaping, all consistent with the HDC, internal significant improvements. The expectation is that the building itself is going to significantly improve, and that as a result, there'll be an improvement to surrounding property values as well. Certainly, there's no evidence that it would be to the detriment. And again, I would note that 2 of the abutters, we have reached an agreement with, and so they are at least satisfied with this approach. The next is hardship. As you mentioned, this is a three-prong criteria. The first is that special conditions exist that distinguish it from others in the area. As we mentioned, this is a existing historic structure. The building can be considered. It's also a fairly long, relatively narrow lot with existing structures. So there is room, as we've mentioned, there's room density-wise to put in more than we're proposing, but there is only so much you can do without stretching too far back, and so it is somewhat constrained, as well as being constrained by the historic district. So given that, we believe special conditions apply. And next, that there's no fair and substantial relationship between the purposes of the ordinance and its application here. Again, there's no specific purpose stated for the unrelated, but I think my understanding has always been it's really to avoid unruly tenants, party tenants, the type of thing that you don't want a bunch of young guys living in a apartment together. That's not the case here, and in fact, it's the opposite. As we mentioned, there will be support services, there will be VA monitoring, there will be monitoring by housing support, and so to the extent that's the consideration for the unrelated rule, we just don't think it applies here. And again, it would allow 2 adults by right. We're looking for 1 more per unit. So, and then lastly, the proposed use has to be reasonable, and the Supreme Court's indicated that if the use is permitted, it's deemed reasonable. This is permitted for residential use. It's permitted as a 2-family. It will continue as both, and so it is permitted use, and it is by the Supreme Court's edict. It is a reasonable one. So given that, we believe that all 5 criteria have been met, and we'd ask that you grant the requested relief. Happy to answer any more questions.
Yes. We have no questions on the board right now. We'll open up to public comment. And do either of you would like to speak?
Yes, just very, very briefly.
Come and sit in that chair there. Just turn that microphone on with a button in the middle.
I would recommend if microphones are on close by. There we go. Thank you.
So the green light is a go, right?
Yep.
I'm Attorney Michael Donovan, representing the and Morse's, and my clients do not object to the approach that's presented tonight.
And we'd appreciate if the board would make the driveway and the parking as shown on that drawing a condition of your variance approval. And we thank you for your patience in waiting this long to hear this application.
Okay, thank you. Rick, thank you guys for waiting as long as you did to share with for us.
We're all doing the best we can. And I think the car thing, 2 cars per person is what's making us car-centric in this country. I mean, we ought to be going the other way and have less spaces required for cars, and maybe we'll get away from those a little bit. 2 cars. They all have to be hybrid. That's right.
Yeah, and I would just note that it's a VASH program, which, having been a former VA employee that worked with VASH programs, it's just a substantial national effort to provide veterans with housing, and the oversight that would go with that is very different than anybody who is opening an apartment building in town. So just to speak to that piece around it anyway, and the requirements that you're going to have to be able to keep up to the standard. So there's a significance there.
As far as this, as you pointed out, rather unusual condition of approval, I noticed that the driveway extension is going to be all bituminous paving now. Is that worked out with the neighbors also, or is that, because I thought it was going to not necessarily be paved?
It won't necessarily be. In fact, it's the intent is that it would be, it's existing gravel, and it would stay that way.
Well,
it could be paved in the future, but we've worked through the details of that with the abutters.
Make sure you get the guy who knows how to plow.
Well,
yeah. and that's been worked out as well.
Yeah,
so,
those are all details that the planning board has been working on and probably will continue, but including the reason why I was commenting about the paving is that there's a serious, because of the size of the lot and the coverage area and stuff, the ability to maintain water on the property and put it in, but that's not for us to decide. It's just a comment about that. So so if we put that as a condition of approval, it wouldn't necessarily be paved.
Yeah, what I would ask is that you condition it based on the plans that we provided, because that's what we've agreed with the neighbors. And then we have other agreements that, we have other more details, but but the agreement that we have is that it would just, for simplicity's sake, we have a plan that was approved by HDC that includes a driveway extension, and what we've proposed is that any approval tonight just be conditioned on the driveway being extended consistent with that plan.
Okay, so questions from, if nobody else wants to say anything, we'll close public comment. Thank you for reminding me. And questions from the board related to these criteria, or comments from the board related to the criteria.
Well, I'm just wondering if we could address Glenn's Greenwood's comments, just in terms of.
Oh, where was it? Mr.
It was actually the council's comment.
Oh, that was the letter of denial. You're talking about the letter of denial? Or is there something else?
Glenn reached out to council about this application.
Oh, good afternoon. This is the one that says good afternoon, Mr.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
What, I'm sorry, this is not the email that.
It is the email. And it is Huddy's response to his question about whether that would be the appropriate.
So I just, for context, if I may, and I apologize for jumping in here, but I did speak, if this is the July 6th email, I did speak to both Glenn and Huddy, and what they had indicated to me, and my understanding was that the intent of this was to state that the proposal needed relief, and so that's why we're here before the board tonight. Rather than I don't believe it addressed other questions or at least other issues with the variance application. This was to say, with absent this variance, she didn't believe that the ordinance permitted the 3 unrelated.
So she says they can, of course, proceed with their plan to use this structure as a duplex with 2 apartments if they assure the town they would only be housing 4 adults total. If that's the case. And so even though she used the term duplex in that case, she really means 2-family.
What she goes on to say is that there could be an enforcement action if there were 6 unrelated in the building.
Right. So that's why
obviously if we have the variance, then there would be no enforcement because it would be permitted.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. If there are no further questions, let's go for the motion.
Move the granting of the variance.
Moving to approve the variance. Move to approve the variance because it met the 5.
Yes, it met the 5 standards,
criteria.
5 criteria.
With the condition of the driveway?
Oh, yes, and the condition is that the plan B.
It's in the.
It's in the request.
You don't have to go through this stuff?
What are you talking about?
Do you go through the variance stuff?
Traditionally, this board's voting policy has been to vote on each of the items, so why don't we, yeah, you're right, request for variance. Our procedure for voting on variance is that we vote on each of the criteria and then propose a motion. So the proposed variance will not be contrary to the, wait a second, this is the application part. We had a worksheet that.
Right on the application, transfer it to the worksheet.
Oh, no, we don't need the worksheets, we just need to vote on these. So the proposed variance will not be contrary to the public interest because, and we can just state the reasons the applicant gave as the reasons. Yeah, yeah, the number 1 and 2, the spirit and the spirit of the ordinance is observed. And here we need, the finding of fact is that, and we can say for the reasons submitted in the application. I have no problem with that since you've done that. You've read every single part of that. All those agree with the proposed variance will not be contrary to the public interest. Raise your hands. Okay, that's 5-0. The spirit and intent of the ordinance is preserved because, and that's the same as you pointed out, has been combined into one. And because of the reasons cited in the application, and all those in favor say aye. Aye. There's substantial justice in granting the variance because, and again, for the reasons stated in the application, and all those in favor say aye. Aye. There is, and did we get 5? Yes. Okay, good, thank you. I wouldn't look up. The values of the surrounding properties will not be diminished because, and again, it remains a two-family house. Literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in unnecessary hardship. And, oh, sorry, okay, number 4, surrounding property values will not be diminished because, and for the reasons stated, all those in favor say aye. Aye, okay. And number 5, literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in unnecessary hardship because it would prevent reasonable use of the property. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, so the motion is for the, and this is where we would add the condition of approval that the, at the applicant's request that the, as per the plan provided in the plan. Do you just want to say for the extension of the driveway as per the plan, or the?
Yeah, driveway extension to be made a condition of approval.
Yeah, okay, so that, yeah, as the driveway extension, yeah, so go ahead with the motion, I guess, you already had.
Motion, we to approve the variance based on
And
with the condition of granting the driveway extension.
extension, yeah, as shown. Okay. Second by Shaw. All in favor, say aye.
Do you want to say condition of the driveway to the plan?
Do you really need that part per the plan? Is that just the condition of the driveway? The reason why I like that better is it enables you to not pave it if that's what the neighbors want. We don't know what the condition of the driveway is. That's right. I know Bob kind of was objecting to the paving bit, so, but Ginny wanted it. So a lot had to do with the ability to put water in the ground, and instead of specifying bituminous paving material, it might be some other kind of paving that is pervious paving. And it gives you the flexibility to do that and be able to comply with the planning board's requirements. So just extension of the driveway is the motion, and it passed, and we voted, right?
Yes.
And okay, so it was voted, it was unanimous, 5-0. You have a variance that will expire in 2 years from today. Actually, yes, today is tomorrow now. And the 11th. Unless, of course, it is extended by, if you still, the planning board with an application that relies on this variance, it is extended until that process is through. I don't see that as requiring 2 years, but we always have to say that. It's also 30 days for an appeal of the variance, so that we always recommend that you can go to the planning board, but that you don't start any construction based on this variance. For 30 days.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, sorry, thank you. Yeah, yeah, you do.